That is the plan. That is definitely the plan. A parasite cannot live alone.
A parasite cannot live alone.
It needs something to parasite on.
It's interesting. You can decide to starve that parasite of its host. Parasites are not necessarily good things. And if you want the parasite to disappear, I starve you of a place to domicile.
Very good. Come on, even sour. Okay, let's look at the headlines.
Okay, on the front page of the Standard this morning, police in crisis talks over damning report. There was a damning report. Yes, there was. Remember the retired Chief Justice, David Maraga? He's got a task force. And they're supposed to be making recommendations for police reform, this, that, the other thing. Well, they did. And the recommendations were stinging. And the National Police Commission, they were supposed to have a meeting now with this task force yesterday. Rather, it had been set for next week. That they said they're not doing. Actually, okay, let me take that back.
Just read this.
There was a meeting scheduled for yesterday. They refused the meeting because they said we're not agreeing to this kind of thing. So they've set one for next week. They're trying to discuss a way forward and start the implementation process, including calls for commissioners to head home. Of course, you can understand why there's a bee in the bonnet of the police service, because they're like, what? Trying to say we're all bad?
So Maraga wants the National Police Service commissioners to go home.
Yes. So they're going to have a meeting to discuss the report and see now what interventions can take place. So,
okay.
We spoke the other day about maize dryers to curb post-harvest losses. Well, it seems as though they've arrived. They're in the country. Farmers have gotten some of them. We'll look at where. Treasury's delay puts counties in El Nino path. Governor says the government, interestingly, should expedite emergency funding as they are unable to deal with the vagaries of the heavy rains. And you were supposed to give us money, you've not given us money, so what do we do? KCP results out next week. Form 1 places by the 25th of December. The 30th is the day they said they would give. That comes around to probably now they're looking at between the 27th and 28th. On the front page of The Nation, courses, skills that will land you a job fast. It's a report. Employers in Kenya are in dire need of workers in the fields of information technology, finance, business management, engineering, transportation, logistics, and law. Social skills, including effective communication and critical thinking, are also key factors during recruitment, according to a new skills gap study. In Kenya. So, floods. This is interesting, a take on this. It's kind of like the same story in the Standard. Gachagua takes on governors, and he has told governors to stop blaming the national government for their failure to address the plight of flood victims in their counties. Stop it. You guys knew what you were supposed to do. You cannot now come and say that it's national government. Fix your stuff. On the back page of The Nation, Ruto implores EU lawmakers to back Kenya's Haiti mission. So he's not around, or he's somewhere.
He was addressing the EU.
Yes, he was addressing the EU, and he got a standing ovation. There was, applause and all sorts of great stuff. But he's saying, you guys
speak very good English.
Yeah, hold on. So yeah, he's asking the EU mission to back the decision to send officers to Haiti.
Okay.
I thought the UN was already backing that thing.
This is the EU now.
I know, but I thought the UN was backing that thing.
The more support, the better.
No. UN has backed it.
UN has backed
it. Asking EU
now he's
countries.
asking EU countries to back it as well.
And
I know you would say the EU mostly part of the UN, are they not? Yeah, but now you have different regional bodies. What was that proverb from yesterday?
Yeah, exactly.
But a little rain.
Little rain falls, does
breaks the banks of the river.
Yes, it will fill the river to overflowing.
So he was talking to the river. Or the rain, or the clouds. I tell you about the Business Daily?
Please do.
Shilling free fall slows after CBK reins in banks. The Kenya shilling could finally be finding a new footing after it slowed down its monthly free fall to 1% so far in November, from the 4.3% in March, weeks after the banking sector regulator asked for an explanation from 10 banks on why they're selling the dollar exorbitantly. Kujeni hapa. A tracking of commercial dollar rates offered by 4 banks, including Equity, NCBA, INM, and Stanbic, by the Business Daily, also shows that the spread, that's the difference between the buying and selling, has halved to a mean of 5.8 units this week, compared to 10.4 in April, as the delta shrinks from the peak of 16 units. Imagine. Ooh. They were selling at a certain price and selling and buying it at 16 bob less. The narrowing of the spreads at the market gains comes barely a month after CBK Governor Kamau Thuge told MPs that he had written to 10 main banks asking them to explain why spreads had remained wide despite interbank reforms. Good. Hi, other headline. Kenya Power to recover 6.5 billion shilling tariff gift via bills. The Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority has given a nod to Kenya Power to recover from consumers 6.5 billion shillings revenue it lost when Ruto's government offered a temporary tariff cut extension months after ascending to office. Kenya Power has disclosed in the latest annual report that it has received clearance to get back that money that it missed out when the president offered Kenyans a 3-month extension of that 15% tariff cut that Uhuru Kenyatta had given us, and said, you know what, our task force power is going to come back by 30%. The first one of 15% is this one. It was a car. It was a car subsidy. Ruto comes and says, subsidy, no. Tells Kenya Power, extend that thing, dog. Dr. Siro now in his book says 6.5B that we could have collected. We didn't collect. EPRA has told him, go collect. So Kenya Power is coming to us and saying, you go and ask Ruto and Uhuru to pay for you, but power. You must pay. Sawa. Nisa sawa. Aya, City.
Yes.
The Star. Don't worry, City.
Hey.
It shall be well.
In this country,
right.
It shall be well.
It looks like before it is well, it's going to be very many things.
It shall be well.
Bipartisan talks. Top right hand corner until green. Ruto Raila teams meet in last minute attempt to save dialogue. Okay.
Sorry, what?
Ruto Raila teams meet in last minute attempt to save dialogue.
Okay, sure.
Okay,
we hear you. Next.
Death and destruction.
Yeah.
Brace for another week of flooding misery, says Met. Story on page 2. Parliament probe. MPs summon Cherargei over 17 billion oil.
Together.
Yes. Right. Recovery ongoing. Twalib. This is the CEO of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. Mombasa choking with the land grab cases. Then, bang in the middle of the paper, revealed. Hitherto unknown, revealed. Top county hospitals in big mess. Now, these names go from Kisumu County Referral Hospital, Nyeri Provincial Level 5 Hospital, Kapsabet Referral Hospital, Mutumo Level 4 Hospital in Kitui, Kericho County Referral Hospital in Kericho. Problems. This...
They are in a big mess.
Okay. Essentially, they're in financial difficulties.
Okay.
What kind of stress? When you get stress? Stress.
It could be so many things.
Your stress, Mishikao.
Let's go with that. Wow.
Understaffed.
Wanakuanga na pressure.
Hiyo pressure ikiwa mingi inakuwa stress. Understaffed, lack essential supplies, unable to deal with many medical emergencies. Yes. Then bang in the middle of the paper, kabisa. Wildlife makes a dash for it as they move to conservancy. Now, this is a story of how Kenya Wildlife Service captured and led and relocated wildlife from Taita Hill Sanctuary to Lake Jipe Conservancy. Lake Jipe and Taita Hills Conservancy are not that far away.
Okay.
Yes. So
moja imejaa.
Yes, moja iko mingi wanyama. Sasa iko pale inapungua. Sasa yeye ongeza. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wanyama.
All right.
Yes.
So next, now they are done with that, now they can come to Juja.
I suspect they are going to come to Juja.
For the hyenas.
Okay. Yes. And who knows, they might even take them to Lake Jipe.
At this rate.
Okay. 28 minutes to 7. Kenya's biggest conversation takes a break. Let's take a look at traffic.
All right, not much happening. I suspect that a lot of folks want to see if the rain will stand down a little bit, but the movement right around the Pangani underpass coming off the Thika Superhighway is probably the most that we'll see at this point in terms of traffic. We're also seeing it starting to build up further ahead on the Thika Superhighway. As you're coming off the northern bypass, it's going to touch then on Ruaka and then coming towards Kiambu Road and then all these other places, Limuru Road, etc., etc. But for now, it doesn't look too bad. We're also seeing some movement starting on Jogo Road. As you're coming from the junction at Manyanja Road, crossing over Outer Ring through towards Jogo Road is where you see movement as well. But apart from that, it looks good for now. Folks getting where they're going in no time. We'll probably see that as more get onto the roads, we'll see heightened levels of traffic. But for now, I think we're good. Let's keep it so and talk on Spice FM KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
The governors have asked the National Treasury, says the government should expedite emergency funding as they're unable to deal with the vagaries of heavy rains. There were meetings yesterday and counties are staring at a crisis due to the National Treasury's failure to disperse El Nino funds for flood response across the country. Governors and other senior county officials in affected areas say the lack of funds is hindering their response for the humanitarian crises caused by heavy rains. As a result, some counties are tapping cash from their own budget to prepare a response as conditions worsen. Thousands of households remain displaced, with fatalities reported in Nyanza, Coast and Western, as well as Northeastern regions. In the last 2 weeks, at least 12 people have died. I believe the number yesterday was 20. The Council of Governors has urged the national government to allocate at least half of the National Contingency Fund for El Nino preparations and responses. Remember that the supplementary budget, which came to a conclusion of discussion last week, then moved around some money and set aside some of that for emergency response. One would assume that El Nino falls under that. There's a blame game going on. In Kakamega, for example, they've set aside 20 million in preparation for the floods. They agreed that governors from each county prepares and allocates fund for El Nino so that there is no blame when the floods break out, according to Mr. Barasa, who is the COG Finance and Economic Planning Committee chairman.
Okay.
But some leaders in central Kenya say the emergency response is at risk due to low funds. We cannot because we do not have the money.
It's not enough.
Meru Governor Kawira Mwangaza yesterday said her administration had not received money from the national government. This, she noted, had made it difficult to assist residents in Tiganya East and Tiganya West who have lost crop or been displaced. So it's back and forth. But all of this comes to one thing. National Treasury has not released funds. So we cannot do this.
Has National Treasury released funds to the counties?
For other things. Apart from
for what they're supposed to give the counties.
Yeah, apparently they got their October money.
See, the reason why I'm asking is something called task shifting.
Yeah.
If National Treasury has not given you money, but you've been given money, and you have an impending disaster or one which is staring at you in the face, what do you do? Complain that the government hasn't given you money, or do you sort out your people? What do you do?
Well,
because it's not as though you don't have money.
You do what you can.
With what you have.
Yes.
With what you have.
Yes.
But at the same time, talk about what you don't.
Yes.
Yeah.
But what we have done is always lacking in this conversation. It is always we are helpless and we need help, and the national government has not. Because if someone began the conversation by saying, we have been able to do this, it has cost us this. In this place, we've done this and this and this. But now this is beyond our capacity. It's a completely different story.
Indeed, it's very interesting because the Deputy President, Rigathi Gachagua, said that the government has actually, the National Treasury, has actually released 10 billion shillings to Why are you laughing? So you wait for me to finish reading the story.
has released 10 billion
10 billion shillings
to counties
hard hit by El Nino rains and floods. He advised the affected counties to postpone their development plans and redirect funds to address the effects of the floods.
It makes sense.
Capiche?
Okay.
The DP, however, accused Mombasa Governor Abdul Swamad Nasir of folding his arms, waiting for help from Nairobi. He also said Mombasa has the worst drainage system, which has worsened the floods after heavy rains. That one, you should have fixed it. Instead of coming to us and telling us that you can't, you should have fixed that thing before. You should borrow a lift from Nairobi, who has deployed the youth, I was going to say boats, to unclog its drainage system. Instead of sitting and complaining, he should buy food for his people because he has money. What kind of rubbish? But Nasir has been distributing food to families affected by floods since last week. Gachagua said some counties have bought food to supplement efforts by the national government and feed families affected by floods. Now you should buy food and stop complaining. You should have fixed the drainage. We would not have had these major issues that we have today.
He says, nimetoa madege ya kupeleka chakula.
Shakura.
Wewe nunulia watu yako chakula, uniitishe dege. Like you're saying, City. So there are two things. One, so counties have their budgets, and in that budget, there's usually the emergencies budget. That emergencies budget, let's just assume that some of these counties, like Mombasa, like Lamu, like those counties in the northeast that have been severely affected, let's just say that they have using that money right now to move people around, to feed people, because that is happening. There's some feeding of people and all, right? And let's say it's not enough. What else can they do? One of the things, last night on KTN, I was with Eldas MP Adan Kainan, and he was saying, yes, our county of Wajir has actually done something. But maybe what they need to do now is convene urgently the county assemblies and urge them to do a supplementary. Some of the money that we had earmarked for development, this development, the other, let's just see and how we can reallocate it to helping the people right now. But also, the national government has released not a coin for emergency and disaster response. The money that has been released is for equitable share to the counties. Now, the person who chairs the national issue is the Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua,
yes,
who is talking about releasing helicopters and the need to go and distribute food. But in terms of coordination of what exactly, which counties are hard hit, who needs support, how are we distributing that support, how are we using the Red Cross, the military, the police, the Ngao offices, how are you using all these ones to actually support the people who are in dire need? We're not hearing that.
Which means there is no plan.
There's just completely
there's
poor
talk,
coordination.
But there is no plan because, in all honesty, are you saying, for instance, here we have all these government services, these government departments that on an ordinary day go about their business but are able to do everything beyond their capacity. You mentioned national youth. Mombasa has the Navy. Mombasa has the Coast Guard.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
They have the engineering corps. These fellows have been known to build bridges.
Yeah.
National youth have been known to build roads. Are you telling me that whatever means the government has at its disposal has been fully... No.
It has not.
It has not.
And that's what we were talking about even here yesterday and the day before. That coordination at national level is seriously wanting, completely wanting, because you don't hear what we spoke to Governor Abdul Swamad last night. The governors of Mandera and Wajir and Marsabit and Garissa have also spoken out in media conferences and saying, you know what, we are not getting that coordination. Governor Barasa, who's the chair of the Finance Committee of the Council of Governors, is not having any meetings with Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua on how to coordinate these things. So Rigathi is just going around to Mombasa with a few trucks and calling out people. But he should be holding meetings in Nairobi and saying, so on a daily basis, this is the war room. This is what we are doing. On a daily basis, receive a report. Last night, there was X amount of rain that fell in this area. So Eldas Town, for example, has been completely washed off. The people who live in Eldas Town, that's the county headquarters of Eldas constituency, according to their MP, are all living in makeshift camps. All of them.
They're all destitute.
You can imagine if this is the constituency headquarters, this is where you'll find the DO's office.
And it's been
This
washed
is where
out.
you'll find the hospital. This is where you'll find some services. All those have been washed out. The road to get to Ajia from Garissa, that's the same one that will take you to Mandera, washed out. So people who need to even travel cannot travel. But what you're hearing is just, oh, well, back up,
Goja, let her person. We can.
For purpose of optics and the appearance that you're doing something, it is good. But this isn't one of those slap tap things where you're supposed to sort of like give the impression that something is being done. Whether you give mattresses, whether you give blankets, that's not what is needed. Not really.
The thing is that even if 100 billion were to rain down today, they would not know where to start.
Without a plan.
There's no plan.
Well, what are you going to do with it?
You don't know. Are we putting people in camps? Are we putting camps together? Are we buying food rations? Are we making sure that people can move to semi-permanent structures? Are we clearing out drainage issues? What are we doing? There's no plan. Are we setting up makeshift hospitals in tents with the help of the Red Cross? Are we looking at the information that is coming from Kenya Met to now know how long we're going to need this for? Are we doing that?
You know,
that's what I'm saying. It is not a money issue. It isn't. It rarely is.
This problem
it's a lack of governance issue.
Hey, Bwana.
This thing that you see in Kisauni, you would have assumed, as you say correctly, that professionals would have been called in. Say, guys, this problem in Kisauni, those who understand these things, what do we need to do so that these water levels go down immediately? Because they can. Kisauni is not far from the sea, by the way, just that you understand. It's on the mainland, yes. But how do we solve this thing? There are people who know exactly what needs to be done. Have you heard of steps being taken to ensure that this is done or that this doesn't happen again? Because if nothing is done.
You know one thing that's very clear? The water needs an outlet.
And sooner rather than later.
There is no outlet at this point. What are you doing? And this is what should have been done. And like you're saying, there are people who went to school to read this thing. They understand very well what needs to be done.
They know exactly
have they been engaged?
No. No, they haven't been engaged.
My head hurts.
No, they haven't been engaged. Anyway.
It's a humanitarian disaster.
Yes.
And the government is playing politics with it. The job of coordinating national emergencies is the national government job.
But you know, sometimes I have to look at this thing and consider. Sometimes, is it that someone has been given a job that is beyond their capacity? Because you're expecting someone to do something that they actually can't do. And what you're seeing is what they can do.
Yeah, you know, I used to argue with I used to argue with you on this point that capacity and ability go hand in hand, but they don't.
Yeah.
Because if you've been tasked to do something, and it could be a bunch of us all been tasked to do something, but over and over and over in a repetitive form, I don't do it. I'm basically telling you that I cannot.
Yes.
I can't.
What you see them doing is perhaps the
unable.
extent and the limit of their capacity. And this is the thing you're looking for. Is never really going to be done by that individual or that group of people that you ask.
And it is clear.
Was Cherargei a poor DO, DC, whatever he was?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Because this is somebody who has been an administrator. An administrator, these are the people who actually plan things at that level.
An administrator in this country is somebody who has the mindset and the training to be able to coordinate such things. That's what they're supposed to do.
That's their training. They went to Kenya School of Government, whatever it was called before. What was it called before?
Kenya School of Administration. Yes.
Yeah. That's what they were being told. That's what they were taught before you were deployed and you wear that hard hat.
And you had to pass exams.
You had to pass exams. So this is somebody who has been an administrator.
He knows.
In government. And now he's a deputy president. And he has a task of coordinating relief.
You know, every time something happened in a division, it was the DO who handled those things. Everything. You know, you were the president's personal representative in that area.
Yeah.
What would have been done at the national level? It is you.
It is you
who does all those things. So this is not someone who is unaccustomed to situations where you are supposed to make decisions and take responsibility. That's not it. But somehow the politics seems to have taken the lead on this particular matter.
It's the main thing.
It is a poor showing. And you know what is going to happen? The rain will stop. The water will dry up. People will return to their living. And then life will continue. And we will still be left with this poor display of inability to get the job done. It's cyclical in nature, and until and unless it's dealt with, it's just going to happen again. Then there will be drought, and then there will be rain.
It's an attitude problem, I think.
Big time. That's what
It's
it
an
is.
attitude. When there was an issue in Nakuru where there were people who were being moved, evicted, right? And there was outcry. The deputy president went there. He fired a local chief or something because of this demolitions happening in the middle of the night, right? It's because these are people that he was connected to. The people of the north are not people that this government is feeling connected to.
They're telling you very plainly that we don't care about you,
They
man.
just don't give a hoot.
And it's big.
We have talked about years of marginalization in these counties, in the ASAL counties, in the coastal counties. We are still seeing it being manifest again this time. If this was happening, and let's just call it, if this was happening in Mount Kenya, or it was happening in the North Rift, or it was happening in Nairobi, you'd see some more serious direct action. You don't see a thing. Roads demolished. You are not seeing the cabinet secretary for roads talking about how they're going to repair or at least make people be able to travel.
Eric, you're being...
Hospitals shut down. You're not seeing the cabinet secretary for health talking.
No.
You are not hearing anything that sounds like a coordinated effort from government.
As you say
It's
correctly,
an attitude issue.
with our rains and everything that's happening, the minister in charge of health should be at the forefront of talking to Kenyans and telling them what to expect, the diseases that are likely to happen, the precautions that you need to take, what you need to do, not a squeak.
No, she's preparing the Gazette for Shift.
Not a squeak.
It's really, really, really painful.
It's terrible.
It's really painful.
Anyway, here
A
we are.
15-year-old girl drowned in Marsabit in the flooded River Halam in Cherargei on Sunday. Cherargei Chief Moses Galoro said the girl was swept away while trying to cross the river. Her body was retrieved later in the evening. Laisami sub-county is bearing the brunt of the flooding, recording the first fatalities in the county. That included a 70-year-old man and a 3-year-old boy. 120 families have been displaced, 150 livestock swept away. Logologo Chief Andrew Karole said the 70-year-old man was asleep in his hut when the raging floodwaters hit him. A 6-year-old girl also drowned in a flooded trench in the same area. This is a government that doesn't care for the people of this region. And they should know that. Meanwhile, the supplementary budget was in Parliament, Senior.
Yes, it was.
And it passed, Senior. Some more money has been allocated to the presidency, 3.4 billion shillings to be precise.
Oh, really?
How much do we need to feed people in northeastern and coastal areas?
It is not even $1 billion.
No.
Members of the National Assembly were yesterday sharply divided over the extra 3.4 billion shillings allocated to State House and the Office of the Deputy President in Supplementary Budget 1. Budget and Appropriations Committee Chairperson Dende Nyoro defended the allocation, urging his colleagues to approve the Supplementary Appropriations Bill, saying the increased budget will allow the President to have more meetings and even build a pavilion.
They did not say that.
He's reading
Dende
it.
Nyoro said
No,
that.
no.
Ah.
Sorry. No, no.
He read it.
Yeah.
Eric, please read that again.
Budget and Appropriation Committee Chairman Dende Nyoro urged MPs to approve the appropriations in the supplementary budget, saying the increased budget for State House, 3.4 billion shillings to be precise, will allow the President to have more meetings and build a pavilion.
You're joking.
Maybe he was. Although the House went on to approve the allocation, MPs, including Irene Mayaka, who was a nominated MP, and Zamzam Mohammed, who's from Mombasa, raised concern over the additional allocation, saying it's insensitive in the current economic situation.
More meetings and build a pavilion.
State House got an additional 2.6 billion shillings on top of the 7.3 billion shillings. That takes it to 10 billion shillings. Of the additional budget, 2.16 is recurrent, while 481 is for development expenditure. There is development in State House.
What?
Pavilion. Didn't you hear?
Pavilion. More meetings. You know what it means? Tunaongeza samosa.
Rigathi Gachagua's office got an increment of 759 million shillings above the 3.5 billion shillings allocated in the main budget. Yeah. Mr. Dende Nyoro, the chairman of the budget committee, rallied the MPs to approve this budget. But
he did.
he also considered that, if we continue underperforming in terms of collecting revenue and we maintain expenditures at this very high level, we are going to have a serious deficit. This will result in higher borrowing, even as the country tries to address the high debt burden.
Rere. See ya.
Basically, supplementary budget has left Parliament. It's now in front of the president. He will pass it.
He will.
And you will hear MPs talking about, we are resolving Uhuru mess. It's because of that heavy borrowing. I think Gachagua yesterday telling members of ISPAC, the Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Kenya, it is debt. I have got to tell you the truth. It is unsustainable. He used the words unsustainable debt.
Yes.
Now, I do not know whether this man actually had thought about what he was saying.
Before he said it?
Yes.
I don't think so.
Because he said it's unsustainable.
Yeah.
Days after the president said, we got this thing. We got it.
We are ahead of time.
Yeah.
45 billion will pay in December and we'll be on track.
Yeah.
Then you,
the principal assistant, comes and says, this debt is unsustainable.
What? Okay.
Sweetie, you tell us a story.
Right.
My God.
Just tell us. It's okay. We will take it. It's okay. Just.
Sema tu.
Sijali. Tumezoea.
Coast leaders protest against exclusion from KPA concession deals. This is a story in the Star on page 22. Okay. Management met 63 potential investors to operate port facilities. A section of Coast legislators are now demanding to be told why the Kenya Ports Authority moved on with concession plans without their involvement. Public participation, PANAICO. Under the Coast Parliamentary Group, the leaders demanded to be informed why the state is determined to hand over some of KPA assets to private companies in a concession model, even though KPA has been making billions in profits every year. Last Thursday, KPA management held a pre-bid conference with 63 potential investors interested in operating some of the port facilities. KPA Managing Director, Captain William Ruto, said, this is not the president. Just that, okay? It's a different guy.
Got it.
Yes, Captain Yameli, not football club, Meli, okay?
Not Ndege.
Not Ndege,
Meli.
tugboat.
Okay.
Serious thing, that one. Okay. Said the concessioning of the port assets represents a strategic move to attract private sector investment, encourage technological advancement, and improve overall service delivery. The pre-bid conference marked the beginning of a comprehensive and transparent bidding process, which will ultimately provide interested and qualified investors with an opportunity to submit their proposals, Ruto said in a statement. This is the CEO of KPA, not the president. However, barely a week after that meeting took place, a section of Coast legislators visited KPA and held a meeting with the top leadership, including KPA chairman Benjamin Tayari and MD Captain Ruto. In the meeting, CPG chairman Danson Mwashako said they raised three concerns with the concession process that KPA is undertaking. First and foremost, we came here to understand why KPA chose to move forward without involving the leadership of the region. And the story goes on and on. It's not a new story. It is the story about an asset that the people of Mombasa believe is nestled in their county, and a feeling that anything that happens within that profit-making enterprise,
they should get a piece of the pie.
Not only that, they should be involved in the process. And I agree with them.
Me too. Me too. I agree.
Because when some of the services at the port were moved to Dukamoja, okay, in
Naivasha.
Yes. Let me tell you the misery, the despondency, and the poverty that brought upon an entire industry that had been nestled at the coast, and the suffering that followed thereafter. Immense.
Yep.
So,
Right.
this story is a continuing story. Yes.
There's a gentleman called Terry Krieger, a 68-year-old convicted American serial pedophile. He was yesterday denied bond by the Mavoko Law Court in a case in which he is facing 7 counts of child sexual offenses. The charges against Mr. Cherargei Krieger come just 18 months after he was released under unclear circumstances while serving a 50-year sentence for similar crimes. All right? The wheelchair-confined suspect, who's been in custody since November 10th, when he was charged with sexually assaulting a minor, was brought to the court precincts under heavy security, and his case mentioned before Mavoko's senior principal magistrate Barbara Ojo. Krieger is accused of sexually assaulting a 3-year-old girl at Athi River Great Wall Estate between November 6th and 8th. He is also accused of refusing to have his fingerprints taken at the Athi River police station. He's sitting next to the dock in his wheelchair and dressed in a purple jumpsuit, according to them. The suspect remained composed when the charges were being read for him. His female lawyer withdrew from the case due to the sensitivity of the matter, so the man is on his own. The accused has a previous criminal offense record in America. The current charges carry a jail term of not less than 5 years. Nothing has been brought before me that shows me the suspect requires specialized treatment, and I decline to grant him bond for now. Yes. The mention will be on the 27th of November in preparation for a full hearing.
Let's just hope that this case actually just follows the proper
channels.
There's a man called George Kihara Koinange. George Kihara Koinange is a son of former Cabinet Minister Bio Koinange. He is set to get an inheritance of at least 3.2 billion shillings. Okay? Now, with that money coming, he wants to divorce his wife.
What? He wants to get a new model.
Wow.
He argues in court that the marriage has broken down. He wants the Chief Magistrate's Court to dissolve their union. The wife has recently accused the man of joining some cult, saying, kuna watu wanaotea hii pesa ya mzee wangu. He's in a cult. Man is saying, cult, me, you go. Cases before court.
Oh, no.
3.2 billion shillings. Can you imagine if actually there is some cult here or somewhere else?
No shortage of those, actually.
Why? Why?
No shortage of those.
We'll find out what goes on. Okay, keep it here for more conversations. In the next hour, we talk to a member of the County Assembly of Kajiado. Good morning, 8:07 a.m.
Spice up your life.
The news at the top of the hour on Vibes Radio.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Obanga. Despite the several assurances issued by President William Ruto that the economy was already on its feet, his deputy is seemingly contradicting his views on the single most important issue in the country at the moment. Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua is warning of an imminent economic shutdown as the country grapples with the nosediving state of the economy.
In December, we will be able to settle the first Kenya shillings $300 million with confidence that we will and we shall pay the debt that has become a source of much concern to citizens, markets, our partners.
The truth of the matter, and you people know it, our challenge is nothing else but public debt, which is unmanageable. This debt, we did not make it ourselves. I told the people of Kenya we have found a 9.6 trillion public debt.
The DP has further implied that the cost
Bond, 2 billion, accruing interest between 12 to almost 16%. Those debts must be paid, and they'll be paid by the people of Kenya, not by William Ruto or Rigathi Gachagua. It is the people of Kenya. Us being part of Kenya will pay through paying taxes. These people shouting left, right, and center, telling us to default so that we can be blacklisted as a banana republic. Are they telling us not to pay the Eurobond? Are they telling us not to pay what we owe the local banks?
Treasury CS Njuguna Ndung'u and businesswoman Anjeri are expected to be questioned today by various parliamentary committees regarding the 17 billion shillings oil scandal. Ndung'u will appear before the Finance Committee of the National Assembly, while Njeri the Investment and Energy Committee of the National Assembly. This event comes as Busia Senator Okiya Omtata claims that the government sponsored Njeri to buy the fuel using the funds.
I want us to have 3 classifications that we need to seek from the CSC. The withdrawal of funds from consolidated funds that has not been approved by Parliament or in excess, so that we don't need another week again to prepare for that, so that it comes, clarify all those things.
I look at what did this 17 billion do that was withdrawn in June, towards the end of the financial year. You are told the money went to do what? To subsidize private enterprises.
This is happening as EACC CEO Twalib Mbarak hinted that the Commission will soon make a decision on whether to initiate an investigation into the scandal or not.
As at now, that issue is captured in the media. We are monitoring and we are looking if there is a case for us to start investigating. So many times we just don't go because something has been hid by the media. We look at facts, because when you investigate a case and you take the DPP, you are intending to charge people and there must be evidence.
Elsewhere, the United Democratic Alliance now claims retired President Uhuru Kenyatta and ODM leader Raila Odinga are behind the controversial 17 billion shillings oil shipment claimed by a little-known trader. UDA Secretary General Cleophas Malala, who made allegations without adducing evidence, challenged the duo to come clean on the fuel saga and reveal their interests in the consignment. Malala's assertions come days after Odinga linked the oil scandal to President William Ruto's cabinet officials.
Swali ambayo inafaa tuulize Njeri, biashara yake ya Kenya hapa iko wapi? Enye alifanya biashara akatengeneza 17 billion na akaweka kwa bank gani, na akachukua hiyo pesa alituma siku gani kule kununua mafuta? Hakuna traces yoyote. Huyo Njeri mwenyewe hana hata kiosk na ako na 17 billion. Na mumeona vile hiyo mambo imetokea, mambo ya Njeri, ndio Raila ameanza kuongea maneno ya mafuta. Mumeona vile mambo ya Njeri imetokea, ndio mara ya kwanza Uhuru Kenyatta ameamuka akajua kuna kanisa kule Ukambani. Kwa nini? Kwa sababu wakati tulikuwa tunaenda kura mlisikia kwamba kuna 16.9 billion shillings ilipotea. Si mnakumbuka? Hiyo pesa walitoa kwa madola wakapeleka kwa makampuni zao kule nje. Sasa wameenda wamechukua hiyo pesa kule nje 17 billion wakanunua mafuta ikuje kwa njia ya Njeri, ndio hiyo pesa irudi hapa Kenya.
That's the news wire. I'm Lea Obaga.
Spice FM, Nakuru.
The Thika Superhighway in less than 30 minutes is already starting to pack up quite some, all the way through to Survey. It's bumper to bumper. After the service lanes usage, you will then have to stick it out as you get towards Pangani at the underpass. Then you can split towards Moranga Road or then towards Wangari Maathai. Kiambu Road, busy as well. A number of lanes is what we're looking at now, trying to get into the city at Muthaiga Square. And on Muthaiga Road, coming in from Gigiri, it's also starting to pack up. It looks very, very busy. It's coming out of Westlands, also heavy. And as you come in from Lower Kabete, we will see some movement as you get then in towards Westlands. You're all right on Gong Road for now. We'll see some movement getting to your junctions, coming in from Raila Odinga Way. And then also going towards Valley Road, there's some movement there. On Jogo Road is busy, as is Lusaka, Lunga, going towards the Likoni interchange, touching on Mombasa Road here and there. Also coming in from Cabanas, going towards North Airport Road, it is busy. Outer Ring is already taking a hit with traffic this morning. And coming in from the Eastern Bypass, traffic is heavy. That's what it's going to look like this morning. And the rain keeps coming down, so be careful as you traverse. And let's see what happens as we get closer to traffic hour. We'll talk. Spice FM, KE on X.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga. Researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
7, how are you doing? Welcome to the second hour of the Situation Room. Happy Wednesday, the 22nd day of November 2023. Merry Christmas.
And Happy New Year.
And Happy New Year. And pay school fees.
Yes.
KCP results coming out?
Next week.
Or maybe later this week.
Well,
who knows?
Officially.
Yeah.
Officially next week. That's
rain permitting.
Yes.
Yeah, they've said.
And then next year, Form 1.
Yes.
And Form 1 comes in nunua uniform, nunua kichana, nunua hockey stick, nunua socks pea mbili, nunua bukta pea mbili.
Muffler, over pullover, t-shirt.
Pea mbili. Viatu ya kulala pea mbili, viatu ya class pea mbili, all those things. School fees comes in. And now we need to talk about school fees.
Yeah. I want you to show me what the tin looks like.
This one?
Yes.
Which one do you want? The big one or the small one?
Why not?
Take this one.
Thank you very much. You're so kind. Now, all those pambilis that you need to buy, and you're wondering where is it going to come from? Kenya cannot pay its debt, everything happening. It's not sustainable. Kiwi says, let me show you how you can step up and shine. At least walk anywhere where Kiwi is being sold. And this is the logo that you need to look for, the new logo. And you buy a tin of this. And what Kiwi says is, you know what, let's make it a little bit easier for you to then do a number of things. Communicate, get on, find out, pay school fees. There is a code, *459*5#. Dial that on your phone. You'll input a code which you'll find under the lid once you pop it. And then you'll be able to get access to data and airtime instantly. You'll also then get entered into the draw, which is seeing 4 people every week winning 35,000 shillings. It goes towards school fees come January, so you have less to worry about when the school year starts. Kiwi is saying, step up and shine.
It's important. We have a guest joining us in the studio now. His name is the Honorable Stephen Gado Kenuthia. He is the MCA for Olkeri Ward in Kajiado. He's also the Chief Whip of the Kajiado County Assembly. Erosoba. Karibu sana.
Thank you.
Kenya's biggest conversation.
Asante sana.
That's a hot seat of the Situation Room. And to welcome you to the conversation, CT has the day's proverb.
I do.
Yes.
Our proverbs the whole of this week come from the country of the Republic of Namibia.
Right.
A parasite cannot live alone.
A parasite cannot live alone.
No.
Mheshimiwa, when you hear this proverb, what do you think the Namibians are saying?
I think it illustrates that we have to accommodate each other. No one can live alone. No man is an island. Yes.
Whether mtu anakukula ndani, whatever. As long as the parasite and host, you must coexist.
Regardless, for the parasite to exist, it has to milk something from someone or somewhere. Yes.
Okay. Now, where is Olkeri Ward?
Olkeri Ward is in Kajiado North Sub-County, Kajiado County. Yes, it's one of the wards in Kajiado North, actually the epicenter of Kajiado North and the biggest ward we have in Kajiado North Sub-County. Yes.
Where exactly is it? Which towns?
The towns around Olkeri, we have a few towns. We have the Lower Kiserian town. We have a town called Nkoroi. We have Matasia town. We have other small towns like Kandisi. We have Upper Matasia. We have Bondeni and some other small shopping centers.
So this is from, you said, Matasia?
Yes.
And then you go into Nkoroi?
Yes.
You go into
Kiserian. Lower Kiserian.
Not all of Kiserian.
Yeah, the upper part of Kiserian is in another ward called Kikonyoki, Kajiado West Sub-County.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And you're the majority whip?
Yes, I'm the majority whip in Kajiado County Assembly, elected on UDA platform.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Tunaona hata kwa tai to gold.
Yes.
we've been hearing issues about, the counties and how counties are operating.
Yes.
Relationships. In fact, yesterday we were having this conversation. Relationships between the county assembly and county executive.
Yes.
Kiambu, yesterday, they decided, here is Hatchet, here is whole Barry Hatchet. We and county executive and assembly are now moving together. We passed the budget. Meru have said, tukonapanga, tutakata.
Where is it at?
All CCMs will soon be facing some muchujo at the county assembly, and so on and so forth. Why is it so? Why is there so much acrimony between assemblies and the executives?
I think the most fundamental issue is the separation of powers. And each arm of a government has its own mandate, very well stipulated in the Constitution, the County Government Act. And I think where we get wrong is to understand each other on the basis of service delivery to the people who elected us. The governor on his part are the policy implementers. We are also making laws, that is legislation. We are also representing our people and making sure that we are offering proper oversight. Those are the mandates that we have as assemblies and parliaments. But in between, you'll find when things go haywire, they're not going in tandem with the Constitution and the set laws. That's where you get things getting rosy sometimes. And I think what I can say from where I sit is that county governments, the executive arm of the county governments, and the county assemblies need to understand that it's like the story of the Iranian twins. They are conjoined twins. And none of the arm of government can operate and offer service and deliver service without the other. So it is important that we all understand that we have to work together at some point. We have to converge together. But when things like oversight, things to do with corruption, and proper use of procedures in service delivery on the part of the executive, they have to give us our space to do proper oversight and also make sure that the public offers money is well utilized for the intended purposes. I think that's where we get wrong when it comes to oversight. The government, the executive arm of the government, feels as if the assemblies are fighting when actually they are performing their mandate. Yes.
But still does then appear as though, if that is the case, then if we're looking at county assemblies and the role that they play in an oversight capacity, sometimes then would appear as though it was stepping on the toes of the executive in the name of a governor.
Yeah.
And if there's any kind of pushback, the response then that comes is the possibility of impeachment. Is that the way that then it ought to be?
I think the Constitution of Kenya and the County Government Act is very clear on the terms of reference when it comes to issues to do with impeachment. Oversight is one of the key mandates of any assembly, any county assembly, or any parliament. And so to it that what happens is when you're trying to articulate on issues that are not procedural on the part of the executive, obviously you'll step on their toes. And when you step on their toes, then there's that pushback, as you say, to try and fill that gap and make sure that things are running normally. But I think we need to converge somewhere, and the executive arm of the government in the county assemblies, likewise with the national government, have to offer this space and provide this space that we must be allowed as legislatures in the county assemblies and also national parliament and senate to do proper oversight if we mean well for this country.
I'd like you to just walk us through this subject of oversight. When you say proper oversight, what are the tenets? How exactly, if I as a layperson was looking at a county assembly, how would I determine that they're actually executing this mandate of oversight? What do you do to comprehensively ensure that you are providing oversight?
Thank you very much. That's a very fundamental question and very cardinal, because that is where the rubber meets the road. And I think there's no rocket science to doing oversight. What you're supposed to do is to make sure that the revenue collected in the counties is accounted for to the last coin, from the first coin collected to the last coin. And we have the government auditors. The Office of the Auditor General comes to audit. And when they raise queries, those are professionals who work for the national government to make sure that we do proper oversight in terms of financial spending of the county governments. And number two, we have to make also sure that the processes from employment, we have proper procedures used as stipulated in the Constitution and the County Government Act, and also to some extent the standing orders of the county assemblies, because issues to do with employment, there's a lot of privilege in that particular area. Number two, the exchequer releases that come from the national government. We have also to account from the first exchequer release, maybe in the first, when you're starting the financial year of the government, to the closing of the year. We must account for every coin. And I think in terms of matters to do with development, the procurement processes, when we are adding projects and we are adding tenders, have to be followed to the latter. And those are where the gaps are. Those areas are where the gaps are. And when we are not able to fill in those gaps, then we are not doing proper oversight. In terms of employment, we must make sure that the payroll is in tandem with the workforce of the county. Number two, the projects awarded are above par and in accordance with the procurement laws that are set. There's the Procurement Act that is very proper in the Constitution. Again, we must make sure that there's no privilege in collection of revenue. The systems for collecting revenue are well consulated not to have privilege in terms of electronic fraud and what have you. And the money collected hits the bank accounts of the county assembly, the county revenue fund, and then the money is spent prudently from those accounts. I think from that I have tried to put across.
I have understood what you've said, and I thank you for it. But even before you determine how each and every cent is spent, do you also determine that what is collected represents what actually exists and what could be collected?
Thank you very much. We are having issues across the counties in terms of on-source revenue collection and the systems of collecting that particular revenue. And that's why we are getting it wrong. And that's why we are getting that you're seeing many counties are not performing in terms of development, in terms of also meeting their budget targets and also their projects that they are putting across in line with what they are collecting. What we are saying is that the revenue streams that we have not been able to consolidate well the privileges and the loopholes that are there, so that we're able to collect 100% of the revenue. Sometimes you find the Aroga revenue staff who are collecting the revenues. Sometimes you may find people trying to infiltrate into the system and the platforms that we are collecting through. And so there are those challenges that are there across the counties. So I think...
but then, how sure are you that when the county executive reports that we collected 100 million shillings, they actually did collect 100 million shillings and not 500?
That is the part of the oversight that I'm talking about. It's not only the usage of the money. It is from the collection to the utilization. And what we do, we have parliamentary committees or the assembly committees with well-articulated mandates on their roles and responsibilities. When we have a committee, for instance, of finance, economic planning, and ICT, it takes care to look into the collection process and how money will hit the county revenue fund. And again, on the other side, we have the committee on budget that oversights to see how much, if we collected 100 million, for instance, as you say, how was this money again utilized? And again, the county assemblies have a mandate of appropriating budget and making sure that they are doing the budget process for the executive. And that budget should be followed to the data before even the supplementary budgets are brought in between the year.
Doesn't the county assembly have a mandate to oversight even these matters that we're referring to as a budget, meaning what goes into the budget? Yes, how it is spent, you've already articulated well. Why I say this is, if we're talking about revenue collection, and you say there are challenges, well, there are challenges even at the national level. So the processes that would enable you to understand exactly what is collected, so that the question Eric asked is actually answered, so that even if there's a deviation or there's a variance, it's a percentile that one can live with.
Yeah.
Doesn't the assembly have a say in how these processes are undertaken?
Yeah, as I've articulated earlier, and as I said earlier, it is the mandate of the assembly to make sure that there are proper collection channels and also procedures to collect revenue. And we leave to that to follow and see how much has been collected and the utilization part of it. So what we are saying, we oversight to see and ask the Department of Finance, ICT, and Economic Planning. You are saying you have these streams. You have 10 streams. For instance, in Kajiado, we collect through sand harvesting. We harvest ballast. We harvest building stones. We have other revenues like transiting cargo across the county. We have farm merchandise like save tomatoes and horticulture and water view. So there are those rates that are set in the finance bill. And
you have land rates.
Yeah, you have run rates at the same time.
Licenses.
You have licenses, the SBPs, we have the liquor licenses and water view.
Yes.
So all those streams, we make sure we have proper data first of how many lorries, for instance, transit through Kajiado County. How during the harvest season, what do we harvest in, for instance, in the area of Kajiado South and Loitoktok, and how many we have data of how many at least cargoes that we are supposed to charge. And again, on the sand harvesting, we have data, how many lorries transit through Kajiado to come and harvest sand and water view. So with that, we have data that helped us to be able to follow up and see how much is collected in each revenue streams and the expectation for us to set the revenue targets for each given year.
Okay. So having, set that and looked at, we see the reasons, perhaps, that the executive would be uncomfortable with the oversight role and the capacity in which the county assembly plays it. It would make sense, having dealt with human beings, because you're not always comfortable when somebody is essentially on your shoulder checking everything that you're doing.
Sure.
Now, in Kajiado County today, what is the situation? How is county assembly working in or out of congruence with the executive?
I would say our county assembly has really overworked, because I sit in as the whip of the county assembly, and I whip members towards the policies of the government and to make sure that oversight is done to the latter. And the mandate of oversight is done to the latter. So what I'll say, we are putting in procedures and proper laws. And I've said we will square ourselves on the mandates of the county assemblies. The first one is oversight, legislation, and representation. On those issues, we are mandated to do proper public participation. For instance, on the collection and the finance bill, we did issues to do with the devolved units that are supposed to be financed by the county government budgets and the exchequer releases that come in line with those devolved units. So we are doing our best to see to it that we are sticking to our mandate. And that's where you are finding that we rub shoulders the wrong way sometimes, because once you stick to your mandate, you'll find people wanting to do things out of the procedure that is set by law. And that's why now we cross fingers and say, no, this is not right. We are supposed to do this, to go this direction. And again, we have been summoning the county executive members of different departments when we have issues raised either by the public or issues that we feel are not following proper procedures. And also when service is not delivered as expected. from those CMs and their relevant departments. Yes.
So I hear you saying that because of the work that the county assembly is doing in terms of those three, that the executive today might feel a spot of bother because you've overworked, as you say.
Yes.
So does that mean that there's something that the executive is doing, according to you, that they ought not to be doing? Because why would somebody feel threatened at any level if one other party was doing their job?
Obviously, yes. When the Auditor General comes to audit the county financial statements, and we find a lot of gaps and queries, when we get improper opinions, as expected, when you get sometimes disclaimer opinions, you get opinions that are not favorable in line with the financial reporting standards. We find that our county may be having privileges and loopholes that are not supposed to be there, and that is our work to oversight. So at the same time, you'll find as rubbing shoulders the wrong way, because we must stick to our mandate and make sure that we are delivering on the promise.
When you summon the executives,
yes,
do they come on time? Do they respond to the questions as required of them?
Yes, I'll say currently in this particular third assembly, we don't have issues with the executive not honoring summons as requested by the county assemblies. And the county assemblies act like courts. And so when sometimes you're called and you don't appear, then you'll find it so rough, because the law is very clear. You must attend. It's not a leeway that you'll get not to attend.
It's not optional.
It's not optional. You have to attend. You have to attend when you are summoned by the county assembly.
So they've been attending.
They've been attending.
Whenever you summon them, they attend.
Yes.
And they provide you with the answers that you seek.
Sometimes, yes, I'll say sometimes 50% to 60%, sometimes 20-30%.
So overall, how would you rate them? Are they giving you the answers that you need 60% of the time, or 40%?
I'll say below 50%, talk of 40-45%. Yes.
Why do you think that is so?
Because obviously the issues that are surrounding county assemblies, and as we started the conversation, sometimes we come from campaign periods, and sometimes people believe that when they occupy these offices, they want to do what we call personal gain, and that is not allowed by the law. And that's why we are saying we have to make sure that all the revenues collected and all the exchequer releases have to be used well. In terms of the strategic plans for the county assemblies, and the devolved units of the departments that are devolved and the units that are devolved from the state departments, we must make sure that at least what is supposed to be done is done, because there are those issues that are supposed to be done. Making sure that our hospitals have enough medicines, enough personnel, enough professionals to take care of the health sector. We have also to make sure agriculture is flowing well in the county. We have to make sure that the feeder roads are well made and street lighting is made. When we don't see those things happening, then we must query. We must query. Yeah.
Let's take a break. We'll continue conversation shortly. 7:30. We are hosting the Honorable Stephen Ngado Kenuthia. He is a member of the County Assembly from Kajiado County, representing Olkeri Ward. Again, this is Lower Kiserian, going into Matasia, going into Ngoroi. Is Rimpa part of it?
Yes.
Okay, somebody's asking you about a road in Rimpa. I put it to him so he can answer before.
Yeah, so the question is, where did it go?
Just up slightly, I've seen it. There. I live near... where is it? We'll find it. We'll ask you after the break.
We'll come back with it, yeah. Okay.
Yes, he is here. We are asking him some of these questions. And also, if you have a question and you're one of his constituents,
the road connecting to Rimpa in Olosuru Tia is in a bad state. That's a question that's come to you.
Okay. Yeah. You'll respond to that after the break.
Okay, no problem.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Get ready for the festive season with Tease the Season. Join us at the Junction Mall rooftop on the 8th, 9th, and 10th of December at 6 p.m. for a magical Kenyan Christmas experience. The show is directed by Atemi Oyungu and Lisa Oduor Noah and features some of your favorite artists, including Chris Adwar, Kendi Nkonge, and Manasseh Shalom. We also have new voices to introduce to you this year, but that's not all. On Saturday and Sunday from noon, we have a pop-up Christmas market for you to enjoy. Make sure you don't miss out on this incredible event and get your tickets now at ticketsasa.com. Advanced tickets are available for $1,700, while gate tickets are available for $2,200. Tease the Season, a very Kenyan Christmas.
Cloudy conditions continue in Nairobi. The rain keeps coming down, highs of 21, and we'll see lows of 15. It's mostly cloudy at 16 in Nakuru with highs of 22, and we'll see the same in Nyeri, cloudy through this morning. It's 16 and cloudy with rain in Eldoret and highs of 22 and lows of 14. It is raining in Mombasa this morning at 25 with highs of 30, and Malindi partly cloudy at 25 with highs of 31. Kisumu's cloudy at 21 with highs of 27, and Kakamega at 19 is cloudy going to highs of 25. And into Kampala this morning, it's cloudy going to highs of 27, and we'll see highs of 28 in a cloudy Dar es Salaam through the rain this morning. In Johannesburg, 20 degrees, highs of 31, and we're looking into a sunny Mogadishu at 27 and a sunny Addis Ababa at 13. Lagos is a hazy at 26, going to highs of 32, and it's mostly cloudy at 21 in Kinshasa, going to highs of 32.
Chilled Spice.
All right, so still busy in most parts of the city. Outer Ring is starting to really pile up, and there's traffic coming in from the Eastern Bypass. Nothing too crazy at the moment. Kangundo Road, as you get past the Mama Lucy Hospital, is then busy as you touch on Outer Ring. On the Thika Superhighway, coming in from Survey, that is a bumper-to-bumper situation, and it's crazy on Kiambu Road this morning. Bumper-to-bumper is not even the thing. It's a little bit worse than that. On Limuru Road, it's also busy as you approach the City Park. And coming in from Kitisuru up on Limuru Road is also bumper to bumper. All right, it'll get busier. We're just at traffic hour. Let's see what happens as we get through the morning. And we'll talk on Spice FM KE on X.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
25 minutes to 8, our conversation continues with the MCA from Kerry Ward in Kajiado County, Stephen Gado Kinodia. That question again, Rimpa, which road?
So it was the road leading to connecting Rimpa to Olosurutia in a bad state.
Are you aware?
Yes.
Honorable member, are you aware?
I am aware. Let me talk about that road. In the budget of 2021-2022, the budget we carried through, half of that road from Olosurutia to Nicholas area, joining from Rimpa area to Ngong Kiserian Road, we call it Forest Line Road, was halfway done by Kenya Rural Roads Authority through the Member of Parliament. And I also budgeted for the other half of the road. The road is around 2.2 kilometers, thereabout. And the stretch that was done by Kera, I think they didn't do some proper maram. And I did the other part that has no query. The part that has a query is the part that was done by Kera, where vehicles are skidding. We are having issues with the harvesting of maram in Kajiado. Most of the quarries are now saturated. There are no proper marams in the quarries. And sometimes where you can get proper maram is very hard to access during these rains. And I think that is also a challenge. But I can say we are looking for an emergency fund from the county to see how best we can resuscitate that road.
Okay. So it's not in the current budget, 23-24?
No, it's not in the current because we did it last year.
It's already done.
Yeah.
And now the road is already dilapidated.
No, I think the maram is a kind of not very proper.
So part of oversight, shouldn't you be asking questions on how that road was done to the roads agency, Kera?
I have already done my complaint to them, and they said that they look into it when the fuel levy funds are available to come and restart the road, because the road was already done. But I think sometimes the engineers come and inspect the maram. They take them for examination and say this is the proper maram. But again, sometimes when it rains, we get those challenges with most of the roads.
But surely, I mean, you're talking aggregated, compacted.
Yeah.
There are processes that are followed when building a road.
Sure.
Everything you're saying speaks to those processes not having been followed.
Yep.
Yes. Thank you. I really understand and want to concur with what you're saying, because sometimes these contractors are the same contractors that we are complaining about. And I think I've raised a query to the proper construction of that road, because we find out that maybe some processes were jumped, and proper compacting and sourcing of that maram was not done. And so we want to query the contractor who did that road to make sure that he comes back and completes and does the proper road.
But as far as you're concerned, you're not the ones who contracted this contractor.
No, we are not the ones.
They were contracted by the Kenya Rural Roads Authority.
Yeah, sure.
Shouldn't you be asking questions to the Kenya Rural Roads Authority and telling Kenya Rural, you are the ones who brought a contractor, and you're the ones who signed off on completion of this particular road?
Yes.
And you can see the status of this road today.
Yes.
So the engineers from Kenya Rural Roads Authority should be answering. Did you actually confirm that this road was done up to standard? And if it was done up to standard, how do you explain the road being in this situation less than a year after completion?
Yeah, you see, the problem is that the Constitution is very clear on the separation of powers. And the roads that we have been given are feeder roads. And sometimes, because counties are not able to do all the roads, sometimes Kera comes through the office of the MP through what we call the fuel levy.
Yes.
And also through the Kenya Roads Board. There are some levies that they use on fuel to come and help where the counties are not able to do all the roads, because when you look at the budgets for those roads, like now in my particular ward, I have more than 113 roads. When you look at the budget that we get every year is around 30 million. You need to take care of the schools, the ECDs, the early childhood education centers. You have to take care of hospitals. You have to do street lighting. The devolved units, you have to look into the area and make sure that at least every corner of that ward is getting some development of sort from that little Minga budget. So sometimes we are not able to do all that is expected from...
Understood.
Yes.
The question is the county assembly able to summon the Kenya Rural Roads Authority? Or is that beyond your mandate?
It is beyond, because it's not our jurisdiction.
So when it's now above your mandate, what do you do? Do you petition your senator, or do you petition
I've already shared the issue with the member of parliament, and he should be able to take it up, because it's part of his oversight to oversight that particular national agency that did the road.
And the senator?
The senator, again, is a county senator who is also supposed to also oversight. I think they should work hand in hand, and I think I also need to reach to the senator to hear the cry.
You know, Mheshimiwa, why this is a sticking point? This thing we're referring to as Maram Road is supposed to be all-weather roads.
Yeah.
All-weather means sunshine and rain.
Yes.
In fact, the real test...
Even snow.
Yes. The real test is when you have adverse weather.
Yes.
So at the first sign of adverse weather, the thing breaks down. There are people who must be held to account.
Kora.
Yes, I want to agree. I want to agree to some extent that due diligence was not done.
Okay, now that we're still talking about money, let's talk about the current budget.
Yes.
What is the current budget for Kajiado County? The one that was approved by the county assembly.
It's around 11 billion shillings.
11 billion.
Yes.
How much of it is on-source revenue and how much is
on-source revenue is only 1.5 billion that most of the time you're not able to realize.
1.5.
1.5 billion.
Yes.
What is the highest that the county of Kajiado has been able to raise in the last three governments?
There's a certain year, I think 2021, that they were able to collect at least 1.2 billion. That's the highest that they ever collected during the last regime.
How much was collected last year?
Last year, I think around 600 million.
600?
Yes. And the projection then was 1.2 billion out of carrying forward from what they had collected the previous year.
And then it dropped from 1.2 billion
Yeah.
to 600 million.
Yeah, but
was explanation given?
Yeah, there were some underlying factors.
Right.
And we had the drought and the prolonged drought, and also the issue of COVID-19. Those issues, before businesses came back to normal, people had really to struggle, and most of the businesses were closed down. The mainstay for the Maa Nation in Kajiado is pastoralists and pastoralism, and they were not able to resuscitate themselves very fast. The county could not also collect revenue from the slaughterhouses and what have you. They were not actually, people were grounded during the COVID-19 period and also the prolonged drought. That is the attributes that led to the low collection.
So that government, the executive then,
yes,
and the county assembly then, did not factor in the fact that their population was trying to re-emerge from the adverse effects of COVID, and they still went ahead and projected that they were going to raise 1.2 million.
I think that was a miss. I want to agree that was a miss, and maybe they could have lowered the projection so that it could go in tandem with the situation then.
Do you believe that 1.5 billion shillings is a realistic target for this year?
It's much realistic. If the privilege is well dealt with, the loops are closed, and the systems are working well. The projections that we have in Kajiado is that we cannot collect more than 3 billion shillings. Yes.
Nairobi, which neighbors Kajiado, collects 12 billion shillings. Well, there are potentially 60 billion shillings, but they end up collecting 12 billion shillings when they've done very well.
Yes.
Ordinarily, they do 10 or thereabouts. The other counties surrounding Nairobi are also at that level. Why would Kajiado be at this? I'm looking at the potential areas for Kajiado. When it comes to why does Nairobi collect all this money? Business. Kiserian, Matasia, Ngoroi, Rimpa, Ngong, Kajiado, Namanga, Kitengela, Loitoktok, Isinya, business. Land rates, the entire of Kajiado.
And growing.
Yes.
It isn't static, it's growing.
Yes.
Why would we just be talking about 1 billion shillings in revenue? In a county such as Kajiado.
Let me say this, because I'd said the analysis done in Kajiado by many authorities, they are saying we have a potential of collecting more than 3 billion shillings, which I want to agree. But sometimes you look at how Kajiado is placed. We have two faces of Kajiado. We have the rural Kajiado and we have the urban Kajiado. Most of the revenue that is realized is collected from these urban areas. That 600 million we are talking about, about 80% of it is collected from those urban areas. When you go to the rural Masai, the rural Kajiado, and you go to a place like Jokini and Tarara, you are seeing the kind of infrastructure that is there. There are no towns there. The small towns that are coming up are not able to, we cannot say that they can actually support the county. So the sources you're looking at those concentrated towns. And the issues of randlets is also a miss. And during the COVID-19, most of the residents were not able to meet the payment of randlets. And that's why we are saying we need to sit down and agree. And we came out with a bill that has now become law on tax waiver and variations to be able to encourage our people and also to give them some leeway when they're not able to pay these randlets. So we are saying the magnanimous view of Kajiado to collect more is only collected from these main towns. These are the towns, these are the rural areas. You cannot basically depend on those areas to raise revenues for the county. Maybe in the near future, maybe they'll start coming up.
Mheshimiwa,
yes.
You know, most of us, it took time for me to actually understand it, that places like Isinya, Kiserian are actually in Kajiado. For me, it was just an extension of Nairobi. Okay? And in reality, they are. When my colleague and friend here talks about business, and I'm looking at what business entails and how that revenue and the multiplicity of it, when you have a region where people are constantly moving to and people are building, it means that the circulation of money in that particular county keeps growing. It doesn't go down. Kajiado isn't one of those places that is dying. It's actually growing and growing and growing and growing right to the border. Okay?
Yeah.
So when we talk about the ability of the county to collect, you see, I'm thinking of the industries that are there. And I'm looking at a town like Thika, for instance. What Thika is known for is industries.
Yeah, sure.
Okay?
Sure.
Now, Esenia, whether they're talking about Kiserian, whether they're talking about Amamatasia, if you leave the residential areas aside, Kajiado County is actually fast becoming an industrial area, an industrial district, an industrial county. There's no question about it. You just need to look and see. So when it comes to policies that one can guarantee or that guarantees that a would-be investor is likely to choose Kajiado County and ensure that the county has no option but to benefit. And why? Kajiado County still has land, which a place like Thika doesn't actually have in the abundance Kajiado County has. So the potential is immense. So when you say 3 billion, I'm thinking, why 3 billion only?
Yeah. I'm also wondering the same.
Yes. Why?
Thank you. That is a very good question that you've put across.
Yes.
And your analysis is also taking us somewhere. But I want to disagree with you on the attribute of collecting so much as you look at it. Because when you look at the main businesses, like now when you talk about the slaughterhouses, take for instance, because the mainstay of the Masa in Kajiado is pastoralism. So issue of slaughterhouses resurfaces every time. And the people who do this business, like now, who come by the cattle and slaughter them, they pay only a small fee in our finance bill to come and slaughter. Then money exchanges hands, but that money is not invested in Kajiado. When those investors come, because, okay, the Maasai have the animals, investors come with money. They buy the animals, they slaughter them. Then all the money is invested elsewhere. Money comes to circulate here in Nairobi. And again, majority of the residents have built residential houses but work in Nairobi and their businesses are in Nairobi.
Yes.
So the small businesses you see are natives, and some people who have released their land to investors who came and settled in those areas.
Yes.
So you may not say per se the issue of seeing as if we have a very broad tax regime,
source,
a current source of regime,
but it's the potential issue.
Yeah, the potential is there. I'm not refusing.
As in terms of potential,
yes,
the government of Kajiado County, that is the executive and the county assembly,
yes,
has the opportunity to look at this and see, so how do we actually attract more and more of this money to be spent within Kajiado? How many proper abattoirs do we have in Kajiado? How many proper, even export abattoirs do we have in Kajiado? How many other businesses are setting up in Kajiado? How are we attracting investment into Kajiado for industry so that people can live and work in Kajiado and spend all their money in Kajiado? All those things, is there such a plan? Is there such a plan that says, in the next 20 years, this is what we're going to do? This is how we're going to make sure that Kitengela becomes not just a dormitory town for Kajiado, but a city by itself in Kajiado.
How many universities do you have in Kajiado?
Many.
There are quite a number of them.
There are many places on this planet where universities build towns.
Yeah, sure.
And the ecosystem there then makes that place thrive. Now you have more than one. Right. You see where we're going with our discussion?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Please.
I tend to understand what you're talking about, and I think proper policies are most fundamental and cardinal for this to happen. One, we are seeing the national government coming in through the aggregation packs for value addition in terms of agricultural produce. And I think that will go a long way in building the economy of Kajiado and making sure that that money circulates in Kajiado. When we farm tomatoes in Loitoktok, and I know Eric, you know very well about Loitoktok and the farming.
Sana.
It's a bread basket for Kajiado. It's a food basket for Kajiado, and it can be a food basket for this nation by extension. And so when we do value addition through the aggregation packs, and when we have our own brands, that will say that we are building the economy and be able to collect more in terms of revenue. When we are doing, we start packing tomato sauce, we start getting final produce that's already packed and made in
ready
Kajiado.
for market.
When it get tanneries and we get proper value addition on meat, we don't lose bones, we don't lose the horns, we don't lose the hooves and the skins and hides. We'll say that we're getting value addition. And the governor has 4 prongs that I would like to mention very fast. And we want to support that particular attribute, that he has an agenda for Kajiado. One, he's talking about modulated pastoralism. Modulated pastoralism is looking at how they can do sustainable pastoralism without making it a hobby that is not profitable. Because to some extent, I want to believe that Maasai's and animals, you cannot separate them. But how they are doing it, I don't think they are doing it for business. And it should be giving them value and profits for what they do. You labor too much when you start with a small calf until you reach a stage where you sell and get profits.
Yep.
So you should not lose anything from that particular animal. And if we are able to do value addition, as I've said, we get tanneries, we get milk coolants, we are able to process milk and sell powdered milk in Kajiado. I think that will be saying now we have revenue sources from our own produce. Number 2, we are talking about, that is now the rural Kajiado. We are talking about the towns. The towns, the governor has a plan on the issue of livable towns with proven amenities. Proven amenities, I mean, there's proper water supply, there is electricity, we have schools, we have hospitals. All the amenities, the drainages and what have you, are there so that people feel that they are living dignified lives. Number 3, we have a climate-proven environment because Kajiado is semi-arid. And sometimes we have a lot of rains, like now we have a lot of rains. We are looking at how we can improve the environment to be able to sustain us during the prolonged drought. When we get the rains, we should be able to collect enough water. And lucky enough, we have an act of parliament that is on water collection. Sometimes the water just spills and tomorrow we don't have water. Animals don't have water to drink. So we are calling on the people of Kajiado to make sure, as we have a sand as also a main resource in Kajiado, we are also taking care of the riparian lands. We are planting trees. We are making sure we have enough water pans for the animals. The government should be able to provide enough collection points of water, water tanks and water containers to collect water, so that during the prolonged drought, people are able to sustain themselves and sustain their animals. Again, we are saying these people should be taught on how to do profitable farming through the pastoralism issue, to make sure that they have food lots, they have silages, and they're able to sustain themselves during the prolonged droughts. Again, we are talking about quality education. The devolved unit of education is early childhood education. We want proper models of infrastructure that will create a good environment for young children. And basic education and the foundation of a child is very fundamental for the life of that child. We don't see as to why people should be rushing to private schools when we are able to do proper infrastructure. We have qualified teachers, early childhood teachers, who are able to lay a good foundation for our children. Those are the plans that we are looking at, and making sure that the models and all the materials needed in those schools are well provided,
connected.
so that the things we are looking at.
And this is Governor Lenku's plan.
And as I whip my members towards that, because where there's credit, give credit. These are very good agendas for Kajiado.
So then it does sound as though what the executive has put into a plan, that the county assembly then is in line with this, and that it seems as though there's a symbiotic relationship. There's no incongruence. Everybody then is happy one to the other. Is that the case?
To some extent, yes, because
And to the other extent?
to some extent, yes, because you cannot have your cake and eat it. The most important thing is to know that the plans are good and the agenda is good. What on paper? What about the implementation part?
What about the implementation part?
That is what we are looking at.
But I thought that's where you guys come in.
Yes, we are there, yes. But you see, the issue of implementation, we do the budgeting. Once we do the budget, we leave it to the executive to make sure that they are.
Perhaps that is where the problem is.
Okay, so let me ask the question that way. Have you seen that with the plans that have been put out and given the okay in terms of a stamp of approval by the county assembly, that things are going according to plan? And is the county assembly then satisfied with that, as now that level whereby this implementation with the oversight role as well then will take place? Is there comfortability in the fact that the executive is going to carry out the plans which everybody has come together to put out?
Our main issue is that the agenda is very good and very meticulous on paper. But the implementation part is what we are looking at. We are putting our energies in terms of budget appropriation towards those plans. But in the implementation process, that's where we have gaps. And that's why we are feeling we need to strike our rod very straight.
What does that mean when you say there are gaps? Are we saying that budgets have been approved and these budgets are not going directly to the programs that you said, the projects that they said they would? Or is there not proper explanation of where money has been spent? Is there misappropriation, which the county assembly feels that there needs to be some action taken to either reroute things or get them on track?
Obviously, there are issues in between, because I think recently you saw even the Department of Finance with the chief executive of the county or summoned by the Senate, and you could remember that committee on budget and whatever, I think was very harsh on our county. So it tells you that from the OAG, the Auditor General, there are issues that are there in implementation and also the usage of the resources that we have. Again, we have the issue of under collection of revenue. And again, when the analysis are done, we are told we are able to collect a lot of money. So once we fall short to meet the targets, then the projects are not implemented, even if we put all our energy there. So we are saying we need to put more impetus, more enthusiasm towards collection so that we're able to meet our budgets. And those privileges and the loopholes are what we are fighting about on oversight. Yes.
Okay. Mheshimiwa, thank you very much for joining us today.
Yes.
We'll welcome you again.
Yeah, thank you.
We understand that the county assembly is currently considering a petition by a voter in Kajiado. We didn't talk about that because it's an ongoing process, so that you don't appear to be discussing this matter out of the county assembly.
Yes.
But once it's concluded, once it gains momentum, come.
Okay.
We want to hear about it.
You'll invite me. Thank you so much.
Stephen Gado Kenodia is the member of the county assembly of Kajiado, representing all Kerry wards in Kajiado North sub-county. He's been our guest. Keep it here for more conversations. Good morning, 8 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Njiro residents who are sitting on the 800 acres Kirima disputed land have exactly 5 weeks to resolve the matter or move out of the land. Land CS Alice Wahome has urged residents to start seeking for other options just in case they fail to reach an agreement with the Kirimas.
It has taken 10 years for it to be decided. The judgment has given a deadline of vacant possession or people living on the land to leave by December 31st. I think it's a matter of looking for another house. If you are a tenant, you don't need to stay in a place where you are likely to find yourself without a home. The government will not be involved in settling those issues between the family and any claimant or any person on that land. They will deal with the family and the court and the enforcement agencies.
Wahome has further warned individuals against believing residents who claim the piece of land belongs to them, saying that the rightful documentation proves that the land is Kirima's family.
There are members of the public who continue to fall into the traps of people who are still masquerading or calling themselves owners. Whatever proprietary interests they have, we do not have those proprietary interests in our records.
The Kenya National Commission on Human Rights will this morning give a status report on the current state of human rights in the country. The launch of the report comes in the wake of the recent President's State of the Nation address and KNCHR's commitment to evaluating the present human rights landscape in the country. The comprehensive address by the Commission will focus on the government's scorecard and performance on various human rights issues that demand urgent attention and action. MPs will today meet the woman behind the contested 17 billion shillings oil consignment as Parliament initiate probe into the oil import. Cherargei will appear before the Mwala MP Vincent Musyoka-led National Assembly Committee on Energy to, amongst other things, clear the air on the ownership of the consignment. The businesswoman, who is currently in hiding, will also tell the lawmakers details of the consignment, the country of origin, as well as the intended destination. This event comes as UDA Secretary General Cleophas Malala claims that retired President Uhuru Kenyatta and ODM leader Raila Odinga are behind the controversial 17 billion shillings oil shipment claimed by a little-known trader.
Swali ambayo inafaa tuulize Njeri, biashara yake ya Kenya hapa iko wapi? Enye alifanya biashara akatengeneza 17 billion na akaweka kwa bank gani, na akachukua hiyo pesa alituma siku gani kule kununua mafuta? Hakuna traces yoyote. Huyo Njeri mwenyewe hana hata kiosk na ako na 17 billion. Na mumeona vile hiyo mambo imetokea, mambo ya Njeri, ndio Raila ameanza kuongea maneno ya mafuta. Mumeona vile mambo ya Njeri imetokea, ndio mara ya kwanza Uhuru Kenyatta ameamuka akajua kuna kanisa kule Ukambani. Kwa nini? Kwa sababu wakati tulikuwa tunaenda kura mlisikia kwamba kuna 16.9 billion shillings ilipotea. Si mnakumbuka? Hiyo pesa walitoa kwa madola wakapeleka kwa makampuni zao kule nje. Sasa wameenda wamechukua hiyo pesa kule nje 17 billion wakanunua mafuta ikuje kwa njia ya Njeri ndio hiyo pesa irudi hapa Kenya.
And finally, as Kenyans head to the festive season, NTSA has embarked on a countrywide road safety sensitization exercise. NTSA Director General George Ngao says this is because at least 3,760 people have lost their lives through road accidents between January and October 15th this year. Ngao further says that motorcyclists recorded the highest number of incidents and accounted for 1,213 deaths due to disregarding of traffic laws. He called on motorists to observe all the traffic regulations to curb the rising number of accidents and fatalities on our roads. That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Obaga.
It's critical that people pay taxes. But then taxation has to have a limit. When you start overtaxing people beyond certain limit, then this is now we call robbery with violence.
We are all struggling, but we don't show. If you're not doing well, shame on you. But you have to say, I'm broke and I'm struggling. We are not okay until everybody is okay.
We are pretending to have political parties. Why don't we just be honest? And we say, these are the Luyas, these are the Kambas, these are the Kikuyus, and we find ourselves in Kenya.
You know, with politics and leadership, no matter what you do, there will always be a complaint. There will always be the assumption that you're either stealing or you're not doing things right. As a leader, don't fear. If you know you're doing the right thing, you've thought about it, you've got an expert advice, do it, then understand later.
This country, we don't need prayers. Prayers is between you and God. Good governance and thinkers who care about the country and not their stomach.
Yes. That's what we need.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
Okay, there's traffic this morning. It's still busy on the Thika Superhighway coming in from Kitisuru. It's also moving heavy on the Thika Superhighway this morning. And we're looking at Kiambu Road, many lanes, traffic, everybody leading into the city. My goodness, this is Muranga Road. And it's going towards the Globe Cinema overpass. As you pass Ngara, they're absolutely busy entering into the CBD. We're also looking at Landis Road, heavy with traffic. Then again touching on Kamkunji, and Gong Road has now built up. It's crossing over towards the city. We're looking at traffic coming in from Rio Dinga Way, going towards Community. Everywhere you look this morning, it's heavy. Lower Kabete, Westlands, coming off Waiaki Way, and then in from Limuru Road towards Muthaiga. Absolute mess this morning. Mess means it's not moving. Keeping an eye on that. Let us know if you find an alternate route this morning in any of those areas. Talk to us on Spice FM KE on X.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
Welcome to the third hour of the Situation Room. If you're listening to us on Spice FM, Asante Sana, joining us on KTN Home, or on Facebook or YouTube, thank you very much. Conversations continue until 10 a.m. I gave you the thing from this shop.
You did. Well done. So, the one that you've given me, that's what everybody needs to go and look for this morning and also through the next coming weeks. You know why? See, you have one. Yours is the 80, is the what, 25 grams?
Yes.
Yes, it's 20 grams actually.
It's 20 grams.
20 grams, 25 ml.
Voila. So I have the 100 ml and it's 80 grams. So it doesn't really matter which size you pick. You can go and find where this new kiwi is being sold. Mweshimiwa.
Yes. Yeah.
Kiwi, since you've known it.
Sorry.
Voila. Heads up. Heads up.
Ah, this is a nice one.
You've known it since you
of
were...
course, since we were in school. Primary.
Isn't it?
And there's a belief that it shines.
It does.
Yeah. And I use kiwi every morning, of course.
Till now.
Yeah. After if you see my shoe,
I can see.
The camera cannot zoom. But
did you do that yourself?
Yeah, I normally do it.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
You know what?
Yes.
Kiwi from those years ago till today is saying step up and shine.
Correct.
School fees is coming. It's gonna come and it's gonna be heavy for a lot of folk. And Kiwi is saying, how about we help you get through those periods, okay? Go to anywhere where this is being sold. You can do it for yourself. You can do it for others. Buy a tin of this with the new logo. And then you're going to pick up your phone. You'll dial *459*5# under the tin. So when you pop the lid of the one that you will buy, there will be a code here.
Okay.
You now insert that. Instantly, you win airtime or data. And then you also get enrolled in a draw. And every week, 4 people are winning 35,000 shillings because they've entered into the draw, and it goes directly to school fees. So it's school fees for you. It could be school fees for somebody else. It could be, and you enter the draw. Just because you've bought kiwi, you got airtime, you enter the draw, and you can pay school fees. And 2024 will be fantastic.
Wow. Samson Cherargei is the senator for Nandi County. He's our guest for the next 1 hour. Senator, habari ya leo?
Mzuri.
Thank you very much for joining us again.
Thank you for having me. And today we're having question time in the Senate on Wednesdays from 9:30.
Who's appearing today?
It should be the CS for roads and CS for sports and then CS for national planning and treasury.
Two of your people in one.
Let's City
But
first
we
give us the problem.
standing order. 53D.
City, what is the proverb?
Our proverbs come from the country of Namibia, otherwise known as the Republic of Namibia. Now, today's proverb is a simple, straightforward proverb. A parasite cannot live alone.
A parasite cannot live alone.
Not possible.
Senator, what's your interpretation of this?
No, I think what we should be interpreting is symbiotic relationship. You cannot survive without the other. I think that is the wisdom that we need each other at the end of the day. Sometimes you think in life you have everything, but sometimes not that you have everything. Even if you have in terms of material wealth, you might be lonely and you need somebody to beat stories with. So it has been proven all long over time that we need each other. That's what makes the world beautiful.
Actually, point well taken. Human beings are relational creatures.
Correct.
We thrive well
Yes.
in the company of others.
Correct.
Yes.
Or while feeding from others.
We thrive well
Yes.
when we relate to others. Now, the details of the relationship, Eric.
It's
Now,
where
those
the devil
vary.
is.
Yeah.
The details is in the devil.
Yes,
The
yeah.
devil is in the details.
Senator.
Yes, sir.
When it is not Ababu Namwamba,
Yes.
it is Kipchumba Murkomen.
Yes.
What's up?
Nothing much. We are doing our oversight role as it should be. In as much as we are in the ruling political party, sometimes we have to look out for each other. And what we are just doing is to look out for each other. You have the reason some of us are hard on some of these fellows relating their duty is the president is working hard, going around the world, sleeping on the plane to try and look for friends and partners to get
plane,
more resources.
not on the job.
Of course, not sleeping, but on the way, trying to look for friends, for resources. When he has really fought others through international IMF, others through friendship and foreign direct investment that has raked in around 2 trillion FDIs into the country, then somebody somewhere is sleeping on the job. And we know where we are as a country. The economy is not looking as impressive as it should have been. Kenyans are struggling and many other challenges. So when you get somebody who has been given an assignment, sleeping on the job, then it is our business as brothers to look at each other for. And some of those cabinet secretaries have been cantankerous. Of course, for example, like Murkomen, he came to a funeral in my county and started insulting me and calling me a kilikidogo. So I found it, that is violation of Chapter 6 and leadership and integrity, because as a leader, you must carry yourself with certain dignity. And I had only raised 2 issues. One was, why was our tarmac roads in Nandi taking long? As we talk now, there are so many, I don't want to call it landslide, but our roads are totally impassable. And these are tarmac roads that had been approved from 2013, yet they are yet to be tarmac. So that is one question I raised. And number 2 was building up with local contractors. In fact, as we talk, I propose a bill, which is a legislative proposal of amending Public Procurement and Disposal Act, where I'm proposing that 2 billion shillings and below should be given to local contractors, 200 million to youth special interest groups. And of course, if you have ownership or co-ownership of foreign companies, at least 50% should belong to the local contractor. So those were the only 2 issues. But when he stood up, he just decided to demean, belittle me and insult me. And of course, from where I come from, the speed at which you want to attack some of us will make it times 2, so that the impact is felt greatly. And that is why, you as cabinet ministers, shows you the power has entered into the head. And I think there is a French revolutionarist who said absolute power corrupts absolutely. So those are some, and as a leader, in as much as we are a new year in government, we have to raise. That is why I'm elected, to speak on behalf of the great people of Nandi and Kenyans. It does not mean that we become silent when we need to raise our issues, because at that time, 1 year before, he came to a place called Mosoriat, where I come from, and he had promised that within 3 weeks they should be contractor in some of the roads in Masob, in Aldai, in Chesumei, in Tindred, virtually across Nandi County. But that then, like 10 months later, the contractors had not responded. And when he rose up, instead of responding, telling us, when will the contractors report, how are we going to? Because my brothers, Latif, and my sister here, and Muga, the neighbor, the good neighbor, which we are working around sugar reforms with, is... Naturally, he should have said, the contractors are reporting this way, Mheshimiwa, we have agreed this way. But when you start and I'm elected by the people, and they say the voice of the people is the voice of God. So it's like you are being blasphemous against God Almighty by attacking Cherargei, who is a God chosen by the people. So, and those are some of the issues you saw here in JKI, an international airport leaking, and you want to form a commission or a committee to look into the leaking rooms. What happens now with the roads that are being washed away in Marsabit, in Mandera, in Wajir, in Nandi, here in Nairobi? Even this Mombasa road, a contractor was given, is not properly marked. When you drive through the night, it's chaos. There are floods all over because the drainage and the contractor that was given to do lower deck has not done the job that it should be. I can see even accessing, I can see they are now trying even accessing your offices here. There is a big ditch that they are working on. But these are some of the things that we need to fix. You don't need somebody to prompt you. You know, if he was busy working within his ministry, he would not have time to come and demean and belittle some of us, because it means you are busy in the office doing what he should be. And then you remember when the president was in Bomet, I told the president that as you struggle to get the resources, allow us to assist and look out for some of the CSS who are sleeping on the job. And the president does not have a problem. And that is why he was instrumental in amending the standing orders. When we went to parliamentary group, the president said, let us amend the standing orders of the National Assembly and the Senate to ensure cabinet secretaries come before the floor of the houses to answer some of those questions. And one of the issues will be even today in the order paper question is about upgrading of airstrips, including where we have a very interesting airstrip in Kericho County called Kerenga. Have you seen an airstrip where the planes get stuck in the mud and people wear gumboots to board? There is one in Kakamega, another airstrips. Even when you go to Kisumu International Airport, I had information that even sewerage system is not functional in Kisumu International Airport. So the questions that are coming is the president, imagine that it's good for these cabinet secretaries to come and answer to the representatives of the people. Because we are representing the people, they cannot come and answer to City Muga or your people in Ahero or Moroni. Why floods is sweeping that area? We are your senator or me myself as a good neighbor would ask what is the interventions that are in place. Even the way the deputy president was also asking yesterday in Mombasa about governors who have been given over 10 billion, but they are here to show what they are doing towards alleviating the suffering of floods in the country.
Senator, I have to ask, the issues that you raise are quite some, and they go countrywide.
Yes.
And obviously, we talk about, you know, the boundaries of oversight, and it's possible that there could be no boundaries, that oversight then allows you to go far and wide and say, so long as there's something that's supposed to be done, there will be oversight.
Yes.
And this house is tasked with the responsibility of that for the nation. My question is, the things that you complain about in terms of having not been done or where attention should be put are things that Kenyans are crying about every single day.
Agreed.
Would you speak with such vehemence if this little, what should I call it, tiff then did not happen between yourself and this particular CS? Would you then, with as much vigor and vim as you do now, be complaining about these issues that are not being worked on around the country?
No, but it's not even about the thief, because there was no thief before. Because if you realize, and I wish, and I know, of course, you have journalists across the country, if they can do translation, I raise things that affect people directly. I didn't attack him at personal level or question why he's wearing an expensive watch, or as he has been the case, or wearing expensive shoes that they are flouting the social media. If I had raised that, I didn't question, because I can still request when you'll get time, and I'm always available to you guys 24/7. You will get a very good Nandi who can translate and tell you what I really point by point. And you guys, you are a prolific journalist and you understand this. So I didn't even raise about the expensive shoes that he wears and throws in social media or watches, but I raised on particular, which I would have raised if I was in Kiambu. Because as we talk, you know, we have good, we have milk now, we have maize, we have harvesting, we have vegetables. We want to take it to Kisumu. Our neighbor is our biggest market, but you can't move those things from a place called Kamojeria all the way to Kopere
because the roads are bad.
Because they're pathetic. You can't move from somewhere in Tulwa Girls all the way to Singlet to Eldoret to take our milk. You can't move things. And that I was just raising. It was not even about personal issues, because I was just raising. And then number two, we want to empower local contractors. We cannot go to China, borrow billions and billions of shillings, come put it in our banks here in Nairobi, CBK, then bring the same Chinese. Of course, I am not against Chinese. Give them the same contracts, they take them the same money, then we come to debt. I thought it is better to empower local contractors, which are majorly special interest group, give them financial muscle and the capacity so that we are able to build our own capacity and in terms of the economy. And those were just
those are the issues.
But I want to assure you, finally, so that I tie up, I don't forget, it's not about tea from my sister here, because I raised the similar issues with Ababu Namwamba. And it is not that he does. I don't think he has even my phone number. I don't have his phone number. But what I was looking within the sports industry should have been fixed. And I'm happy that it received the attention of the president. We have had a discussion. And there are some of these things that we are trying to do to ensure we reform the sports sector. And I'm happy you gave me a forum last time. You can see there are at least some changes, although it is not as it should have been expected, but we hope to push it more and maybe give legislative or policy intervention. So I can assure you, my sister, that going into the future, some of us will always speak our mind, but we'll always speak our mind and call out where we think it should be called out for the benefit of all Kenyans. Because the president also needs people who will assist him in calling out some of these individuals who have power has gone to their heads.
And this calling out, how effective can it be? Because this is the thing.
Yes.
One would hope that the noise is, well, oh, you know, I hope you're not doing this and you're not doing the other.
Yes.
But we then judge the effectiveness of these call-outs when we actually start to see things being done as a result of it.
Yes, yes.
So how much of it then would be necessary? And you then see the application of it as a result of the calling out or the oversight role that Senate will actually be playing. If we remove the politics, because we cannot deny that it is there, if we remove the characters that play in this drama, again, we cannot deny that it is there. The thing that you talk about, which lies there front and center, is that these things ought to be done. And how can we be sure that the little drama that we see then will result in these things being done?
No, the work of oversight, let me not call it a calling out. In fact, is the president, if you have heard president saying before that if you like a system, you critique positively to ensure you bring the best outcome. Because a functionality of a system should have at least an oversight. The role of the oversight under Article 96 and even the Constitutional Board of the National Assembly is cross-cutting. And therefore, when we call out, and it is very effective, because you remember when we call out some CSs as Senate, and you saw Senate leadership, they were cabinet reshuffle. For example, CS of Trade was moved to public service for effectiveness. In fact, when I came here and we were discussing about sports reforms, it reached a time now that the gold medalist is given 3 million. Is it silver 2 million? Bronze 1 million. Now they are giving house. Now they are even giving attention when they are coming and ensuring that they are comfortable wherever they are. Although I know we have not reached, in fact, in terms of elections in Sports Federation. So you can see it has been effective. On this one on roads, it must be, because we have allocated the budget. And that is why we really want to, and in our question time today in the Senate, and I know you will watch hopefully, these are some of the critical issues that even as floods happen and sweep away the roads, what are the interventions that the ministry has put in place? And that is why we are saying, as a cabinet minister, focus on your core business. And that is why the genius of the constitution was that you can either be a CS or a politician. You can't be both. You can't have your cake and eat it. So, and in fact, what I've been emphasizing, if you have monitored, even when we were in the president in Bomet and even in Eldoret when he came for prayers, has been the emphasis that let the people who are supposed to work, and let the politicians do their job. But most of the cabinet secretaries, of course, I agree with them, they have political hangovers because they have been politicians like some of us. So sometimes they feel overconfident to comment on political statements, and some of them are into succession politics, into other matters, instead of focusing
on the job at hand.
Because, for example, like CS Lintur yesterday came to Nandi. He came to Eldoret, and Nandi gave us dryers, and that is a CS who does his job. The others have been coming to Finros and Arambes and just trying to say, this is the politics we should do, this is, and you know they are using their offices to pledge loyalty. And that is why some of them have been saying, if you had in the response say, Cherargei has never visited my office. It is because the offices has been turned into pledging loyalty forums.
So let's actually go into that.
Yes.
Have you, in the matter of, we dispense with the Babu Namwamba.
Yes.
Now it's the matter of the roads cabinet secretary.
But we are not yet done with him until he finishes the reforms, especially on upcoming elections of FK.
Sawa.
Yes.
On this current matter of the cabinet secretary for roads, Have you raised questions in Parliament formally?
Yes.
Have you reached out to his office directly?
Yes.
And said, we have these issues, for example, in my county
Yes.
that need addressing.
Yes.
I'd like a report on how far we are on this, and the other.
Mm-hmm.
Before you went on to Twitter and public saying that Kipchumba Murkomen needs to answer.
In fact, I think I will try and get to the statement I made earlier this year on March on the state of roads. And I hope I'll be able to send you via WhatsApp when I get to my office. I had requested the state of roads in Nandi in March. When we met, we agreed. I've never met him personally, but we sat and when the budget committee told us all roads that had stalled, they will prioritize the finalizing of raising to bitumen standards, number one, which we did that. Number two, you remember he was to appear last week, but he became late because he was somewhere in Mombasa and he didn't make it. In fact, I am on record. If you check the answer of the Senate, I raised an issue that were we waiting for him? Because I wanted to raise supplementary questions, especially on the issue of delays toll roads in Nandi, the issue of Karenga.
He didn't make it on time.
He didn't come.
I was with him in Mombasa. The deputy president was there.
Oh, so you are
function
around.
Took a bit long. I can attest that they left. The engineers
so you have been
meeting.
in corridors of power.
The engineers meeting a bit late.
Yeah, a bit late. So we were waiting because he was supposed to appear at 11. And some of us had prepared questions on the stall roads in Nandi.
Yes.
And also Kerengaya strip in Kericho. Virtually a number of roads that do you think these roads that are being washed away by El Nino?
So you've
would
asked
it be
these
the substandard?
questions.
Yes, we
have you
asked this
written
question.
to him?
Why would I write to him?
As a representative of the people of Nandi County.
No,
have you written to the minister in charge of roads saying these are matters that have come out of my constituents and I'd like an answer, or you to tell me how far we are going?
The point is, I have used Parliament because it is more formal and it has a record answer. You know, writing to somebody looks like love letters because in future, how can you do reference to them? So I think the formal way is I've requested that statement through the floor of the House. He has appeared, in fact, not only on Nandi roads, I've even requested on this lower deck of Mombasa Road because I believe a substandard work was done. There is always flooding. There's no proper marking, and even the person who did expressway did not do the maintenance, and that is why we have been raising some of the. Even I raised the issue of Kenya Airways performance, and I think it is on record. We tried even forming an ad hoc to investigate the issue of Kenya Airways. So all these issues are captured in the answer. I've tried my best to use the channels that are legally, constitutionally recognized, so that there is accountability. So that in future, Latif, when you go to Senate and say, I want to check at the Senate answer, what did Cherargei say about Nandi roads that are not passable? What did he say about standards of airports? What did he say about leaking roofs? You know, these are. But if I was to SMS him and ask him, why is JKI leaking? Who will give the accountability of such? And I think I agree with you that the oversight role, we should use the mechanisms of the Constitution because we are the people. This is our forum and our Constitution that we take accountability at the end of the day. So I think what we are trying to do is that let people do their job. If you are a cabinet minister, do your job. If you are a senator, if by the way, if everybody did their job the way it should be, I'm telling you this country, because like here in Spice FM, at least in the situation, you try and educate Kenyans, sensitize, bring some of us on board so that Kenyans can understand why we are having certain perspectives regarding the national issues and we are able to pull in the same direction. And I think that is what is important at the end of the day, because the president is very keen in terms of implementation of the plan. He is not very keen on people discussing succession politics or realigning politically or using your offices to pledge loyalty or to say, Cherargei does not like me, he doesn't support me politically. Because at the moment, from where I come from, even in our region, this issue of kingpin. The kingpin comes, the current kingpin is the president of the Republic of Kenya, of the country. And even if he retires in 2032, I know Atuali once say he's too young to retire about Uhuru. William Ruto will be too young to retire. He will chart the way forward
for the next king
of the course of the next course of the Kalenjin nation. But some of the CSs have been sitting and planning for succession instead of fixing our roads. And that is why some of us, out of love, because we don't want them to engage in what we call self-destructing mode.
So this
you
is
know, there are
benefit.
machines where you put self-destruction mode. We tell them, no, my brother, don't go to that direction. Just chill up, hold up, Relax, do your job. The future will take care of itself, and it will be seen.
So it's all about oversight. 29 minutes to 9.
Yes.
Senator Samson Cherargei from Nandi County is our guest this morning ahead of a sitting in Parliament where cabinet secretaries are expected to appear. The one for sports, the one for roads, and the third one?
Because National Treasury and Planning.
Oh, that one.
But I don't know whether there are changes, but National Treasury and Planning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Those
Professor
three.
Njuguna Ndung'u.
Last week, CS Murkomen was scheduled to appear.
Yes.
And he didn't, and you tweeted. Murkomen was scheduled to appear before the Senate today in the morning to answer our question, including leaking roofs at JKIA terminals, but he declined, chickened out, and he written that in capitals, after he realized he didn't have any substantive answers about his ministry to Kenyans. Or maybe he was busy developing other insults. Lol. We'll be back shortly.
I didn't know you guys follow my Twitter.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Looking for that perfect Christmas gift? Look no further than Tease the Season. This year, we have a pop-up Christmas market at the Junction Rooftop on Saturday, December 9th and Sunday, December 10th from noon to 5 p.m. The best part, entry is absolutely free. There will be plenty of fantastic vendors to help you start your Christmas shopping, as well as fun activities for the kids and performances from your favorite Tease the Season artists all day long. Don't forget, the main show starts at 7 p.m., so be sure to purchase your tickets at ticketsasa.com. So, what are you waiting for? Make your plan and let's dive into the season the Kenyan way. Tease the Season, a very Kenyan Christmas.
It's cloudy in Nairobi. Sprinkles still continue. Highs of 21 and lows of 15. And we'll see lows of 14 in a cloudy Nakuru. Going to highs of 22. 22 will also be the high in a cloudy Nyeri, coming down to lows of 16. Eldoret is still rainy at 16 with highs of 22. And we're looking at rainy conditions at 25 in Mombasa. It's 25 and partly cloudy in Malindi. And looking into a cloudy Kisumu at 21 with showers continuing through today. 25 will be the high in a cloudy Kakamega, currently at 19. And in Kampala, it is cloudy at 20 with highs of 27, while Dar es Salaam is cloudy. We'll see highs of 28. It's a sunny day in Johannesburg at 20 with highs of 31 and very sunny at 27 in Mogadishu, going to highs of 31. Addis is sunny at 13 with highs of 23, while Lagos is hazy at 26 at a good highs of 32, and we'll see highs of 32 as well in a mostly cloudy Kinshasa, currently at 21.
Welcome to Spice FM, the best exclusive radio station bringing you the best mix of the best music ever.
All right, still continues. It is pretty heavy on the Thika Superhighway, and we're looking at traffic on Kiambu Road. My goodness, doing quite a thing all the way now at Gate C of Karura. And so that will be a while before we get out of that. When everybody approaching Muthaiga Square, Kitisuru busy coming in from Roslyn out towards Gigiri Road and then through towards Limuru Road. It's one long stretch of snail pace traffic this morning. So pole. Coming off of Waiaki Way, going towards Westlands is also very busy. It's mirrored on Lower Kabete coming out towards Spring Valley. Into the CBDs where everybody's heading, very, very busy on Langata Road, touching on Aerodrome. Some of that will go towards Rilo Dinga Way, but then you'll meet with traffic coming in on Gong Road. It's busy on Jogo Road, even busier on Landis this morning. And there it is, Cabanas going towards North Airport Road, touching on the junction going towards Outer Ring. Very, very busy. Bumper to bumper snail's pace traffic is what we're looking at in many areas this morning, and the rains keep coming down. Let us know what's going on where you are today. Let's see how we can keep things moving, and shall we talk? Let's do it on Spice FM, KE on X.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
Morning. Senator Samson Cherargei continues. City.
You know, one of the things that I have always found interesting about this subject of oversight Are there limits? Is there a point at which you can say this doesn't fall under the purview of oversight? Or is anything and everything that you think and feel concerns the Mwananchi, is that within the purview of oversight?
Oversight, by the way, we should have started defining. I think she just threw me on the deep end. I think we should have defined what is oversight. Oversight to me is one, there is the hardware and the software. One is where you have Auditor General coming and auditing the books and everything. Then there is what we call social audit oversight, where watu wanasimama hapo wanasema hii Mombasa Road hii kama wananchi tunaona walisema bilioni 1 lakini tukiona ifiki 500 million. So now oversight is an animal, people would call it a mongrel, because you have the hardware and you have the social audit, where people sit and say, we agree this cattle dip is 500,000, but we think when they say 1.5 million, so it's a bit open. But of course, the issue also, another aspect is where you are now doing it directly. So there are many facets of oversight that you have. And I know there is an MCA who sat here. And now in our counties, there is what we call primary oversight, where MCAs play the role. Where even what we call project in verification status, I sit as the vice chairperson of Senate County Public Accounts for now almost 7 years. So where sometimes we don't look at the Auditor General's report, we visit some projects in the county, see if the fishing projects, landing sites, and agree, maybe the hospitals, the drugs. So it's also about project verification status. And also oversight is about also speaking about it, because looking at it, calling out, it is part. And oversight, by the way, is not limited to only people's representatives, even the media. Even I know we are in some WhatsApp group with you. I normally see you there. Even at that WhatsApp group, is it called the watering hole or something? They ask.
They asked me to ask you why you left the group.
Oh, have I left? So those are. It's not limited. Even Eric, you can go, and Munga, you can go outside at the Mombasa Road and do oversight. It is, even when you are attending, you can ask questions. It is not limited. It's not an exclusive domain of senator or member of National Assembly. It is something that can be done by everybody. So I think what we should be doing is the only difference is Parliament at least has a structure. Because after looking, for example, at the Auditor General's report, we invite a governor, for example, let me use the county setup. We invite a governor maybe of Kisumu or Nairobi, Sakaja, and ask him why these projects, Dandora Stadium, what is it? Then when we look at the Auditor's General's report, they clarify, and then you go now ahead and make recommendations and bring the report to the House. That is why it's a bit structured. Unlike when you speak and do social audit. And that is why now after that, we now make recommendations either to EACC or DCI, or even to do what we call special audit by the Auditor General, especially when we did about the COVID funds. You remember, we did a special audit. For example, if today we feel as a Senate there is a problem, for example, or G2G, which is in the lips of many Kenyans, we can say as a Senate on County Public Accounts Committee or Finance, we have that power to direct the Auditor General, please do special audit on G2G. On this particular, let me use that one because at least Kenyans can, I'm not imputing that there is a problem with G2G, but it's something that is as a conversation has been raised by the Azimio leader, among other leadership, and I can see, interestingly, and that is why I was very keen to be on the chamber today, very early in the morning. Of course, it's out of respect that I came here. Is there is a senator who is bringing a matter of G2G to the floor of the House so that all Kenyans can see. I'm happy at least so that we don't live in mystery where Cherargei says this, CT says this, Elik, you say this, my sister says something else. So I think that is the essence of oversight. It is now bringing those contracts. Let the National Treasury explain to the country. We query as the senators on behalf of you because you are represented. Then you form your opinion and say, as we look at this agreement, this it should be. So I agree that the oversight should know. I know some people, the downside of oversight, some people feel that it can be a way of intimidating some people in offices,
or targeting,
politicizing. But there is a thin line between politics and oversight to some level. Because when I comment now about G2G, I could be doing oversight, but somebody else might interpret that I'm doing politics about it. I could interpret about what is happening in Kajiado because we just had a conversation about it. And somebody might say, I'm commenting because the governor does not come from my coalition or he comes from the other coalition. So I think now the thin line, and the problem with oversight, some people lace it with politics to look. You remember my bill, I'm doing a reply on my bill of call the livestock and theft produce bill, trying to fight cattle boundary and restraint. I'll be doing reply today in the afternoon, and I invite you to listen to my Solomonic directions on the bill. And I hope the National Assembly will agree with me and we pass that bill so that we punish the cattle rustler somewhere in Baragoi, punish the eater here in Bama Market, and kill the whole chain of criminal enterprise financing the livestock, and also agree that livestock issue of theft and boundary is a security issue where we need to take some people accountable, issues of branding and using modern technology. So those are some of the issues.
So oversight is all those things.
Yeah, it's all those things because now
you're doing now, even as you speak out, is basically exercising your oversight role.
Correct. And that is why you ask a question by saying, these issues you have raised, have you ever raised in the forum where the people have given you, like Parliament? And that is now oversight, because also, the problem with Kenya, and Kenyans are not very keen. I could be doing a wonderful job raising on the floor of the house, but when I go to Nandi on the weekend and I say, I'm Jambo, all is well, God is good, all the time, I sit. People know, but if I tell them, this week in Senate, I raise about your roads, they will clap. What did you do? This is the way forward. I raised about the delay.
So that's the accountability.
Yeah, that's the accountability. Yes, I agree. Now you're assisting me in tail-ending my thinking.
Your Honor.
Yes.
City, do you see the oversight bit?
I see it. For me, the obscurity that I see is not in the activities that we then describe as oversight, but it's in the effect.
Yes.
Because there is oversight. Auditor General mentions these things. Senator Cherargei points it out. And then?
So the implementation part.
You call the relevant CSs and the government officiado who is supposed to be in charge of it. And then? The and then question for me at the back of my mind, what then do we do beyond that? Because it has been pointed out, it is clear, we can see the problem. And why it's an even bigger issue in my mind is some of these problems that we keep speaking of, and do mention it earlier, they're cyclical. We're seeing it this year, we're going to see it again, we are going to see it again, and again the issues will be raised again. Surely, what should be done when somebody is an office holder and they have a mandate before them and they do not perform, and it is clear that they're not doing what they're supposed to do? That is really what I'm asking. What do we do?
Can I answer quickly?
Yes.
Two things. One is that I think we need, when Obama came to Egypt in this first address to Africa, he encouraged us to build on the institutions. I think most of our agenda were built around personalities, but if we had institutions that are strong, that no matter who is leading that institution, it is important. So I think many people will say, is it an African problem? Is it a Kenyan problem? I think because most of our issues are surrounding personalities. They don't surround building of institutions. And that is why if I'm taken to EACC, for example, today, because many people perceive I might be politically correct, no action can be taken against me. But if I was in politically, so do we believe in the institutions? Because I went to Brazil, and at that time there is this the president who was defeated. I'm forgetting his name. The Trump of South America. I can't recall his name. Bolsonaro. The state prosecutor was investigating him about receiving dirty money during the campaigns, and no one was raising a query about and investigating a sitting president. So does it mean even now what is happening in America against Trump, because the institutions are too strong to even withstand a former president? Number two, and finally, on the issue when people don't do their job, our constitution has given a way out. For example, one, parliament has power to censure if somebody does not perform. Vote of no confidence, impeachment, even calling out, summoning, fining in the powers and privileges of the law.
How often does that happen?
It has happened severally where I've said there's a time we fine the current CS when he was the governor of Kwale. We also fine former governor of Kitui, Madam. We are fined, and I think a number of state agencies.
How much is this fine?
500,000 from your own pocket. But of course, when we invite you, the procedures of parliament, we invite you the first time, the second time, when you defy, we now issue summonses. And I remember the former governor of Muranga, we had to call in the Inspector General of Police to track him and trace him and bring him before the committee at that time. So those are some of the measures, because you're asking
was
me.
he brought?
Yes, he was brought. And he had to do profusal apology, and he had to be fined. And then we recommended EACC to do the necessary, to do the investigations, and with the enforceability of affront of the law, he was supposed to be taken to the law. So the question you are asking is, we don't have a problem with the law. The law has given us way out of people who do not perform.
Avenues,
yes,
for you to perform your oversight role,
correct,
to the end.
Absolutely.
Where if
but
you
now
feel
the part of
with the actions of the officers in the executive,
correct,
you can then recommend that sanction.
Yes,
going all the way to removal from office.
Correct. Can I use another example of Solai Dam, where we investigated and it came back to my committee, the issue? Unfortunately, I am not happy the way that question, but I know they have done out of court settlement. It's called blood money. We investigated, and I remember that time the DPP wanted to withdraw the charges against the owner of the dam. And I know there are many interests about that issue, but we found it weird that the DPP, because and in fact we sanctioned the former county commissioner and the chief of the area, it was called Mr. Cherargei and Kanata. And we sanctioned those individuals because they had now gone and paid families, giving them 1,500,000 so that they don't bring and even the DPP has bought had wanted to also be part of it by saying, let us withdraw the charges since this gentleman has agreed. But the same event happened in Brumadinho Dam in Brazil, where it collapsed and killed people. But by the time I was engaging the state prosecutor, the owners of Brumadinho Dam were being charged in court, and yet they were facilitating the recovery and also compensation to families. But when you come to both things happen at the same time. But when I was the chair JLAC, before, of course, I was de-whipped in 2020 because of policy. I have never been de-whipped because of competence, because I'm the few people who always believed in justice. I was just de-whipped because at that time I was politically incorrect, and I was not looking nice to the powers be at that point in time. So we had recommended, Eric and my sister and my brother here, we had recommended a proper implementation plan, including charging of the people, compensation to the families, what we call environmental reclamation and conservation. So we have done, it is that sometimes there is no political goodwill. Sometimes you can recommend a governor has done this, take it to EACC. The people at EACC look at the file and close it until when you are politically incorrect, they retrieve. And that is why some of us always sometimes doubt that this is a political fight, because when we recommend that Cherargei should be charged because you think he's connected, they look at the file because they fear me, they close the file. The day I'll be politically incorrect, they retrieve. The same thing with the DPP. And I think those are challenges. It is about, as a nation, do we believe in institutions?
So we set up strong institutions.
Correct.
As we're talking about oversight, Mheshimiwa,
yes,
something must come to the fore here.
Yes.
And this is the role of the 13th Parliament, the 12th Parliament, the 11th Parliament.
Correct.
Right now, members of the executive who are in the 12th Parliament,
yes,
including the Deputy President, some of them who are now in leadership in the 13th Parliament, are talking about, my God, we are dealing with the mess that happened in the last administration.
I expected that question.
They oversighted the so-called mess.
Yes.
The chair of budget was a member of the National Assembly. The leader
The chair
of
of budget or
the chair of budget currently in the National Assembly.
Yes, in the National
Right?
Assembly.
The leader of majority in the National Assembly
Yes, was
a leader. In fact, at some point, a chair of budget.
Yes.
The deputy president was a member of the National Assembly.
Yes.
The attorney general was the speaker.
Yes.
All these people.
Cherargei was a senator.
Cherargei was a senator and the chair of JLAC.
Yes, at that point.
And now here you are, all of you, telling us
yes,
that you are sorting out the mess of the previous administration. Who is this previous administration if you're not including yourselves in it? And where were you when this oversight role was not being played?
Eric, that's a very vital question, and I think it's the minds of many Kenyans. People asking themselves, why are we saying there is a mess that we are cleaning up? I think you and me agree the biggest challenge in this country is a public debt that is approaching 11 trillion. And that public debt has affected our economy because we collect and pay. So the question should be, was there discipline in terms of international borrowing? Number two, on issues of extrajudicial killings, and that is why I try to explain challenges of oversight. You can recommend today as a committee, let me use it, for example, Nairobi Metropolitan Services so that we quickly understand. When that issue of NMS came to Senate, I, even as the chair of JLAC, protested and even raised, and I remember Professor Kithure Kindiki being the deputy speaker and the chair at that time ruled, even agree with, I think, Anna Okwengu, the judge, that the transfer of functions of NMS was unconstitutional. We did raise. But the powers be thought that even if it is unconstitutional, we shall proceed. So it is the lack of respect of the rule of law. And that is why when we say we are trying to fix the mess, is, for example, was the people or the president then looking at when they go to borrow, were they looking at the discipline of borrowing and using that money prudently? Number one. Number two, in terms of extrajudicial killings that were happening across the country, people are fee-bound in Yala. These are the mess that we are talking about, trying and fixing them. In terms of delay of disbursement cash to counties, as per article, is it 218 of the Constitution, when they say when you appropriate, you release money to counties without undue delay. Those are some of the messes that we are talking about. But it does not mean we didn't speak about it. We spoke about it, but the powers be. You know, the powers lie with one person.
Nope. You have just come from telling us that you have been given the powers by the Constitution,
correct,
by the law, by the standing orders of Parliament, on what to.
But we have not amended the appearing of CSS in the last session.
It's okay.
Yes.
But you have the powers of oversight.
Correct.
Constitutional powers of oversight.
Yes.
In those powers of oversight, you sat back, you approved, for example, the wanton borrowing. You approved the budgets with serious deficits, which meant that you are still approving borrowing.
Or public debt ceiling.
Yes. And you still sat back and you did not properly investigate how that money was being prudently utilized. So when you come today and tell us, or you see that money that was borrowed,
yes,
it was misused, we have got to sit back and ask ourselves, but you were there superintending the misuse of that money. You are in the pigsty. You cannot come and tell us, but you see, we are goats. We are not pigs.
No, what I can say, because also there is a principle of natural justice, at least for me, and I want to go on record. If you go to the answer, I was among the 7 senators, if you remember, that voted against the public debt raising of ceiling. So it is that we didn't have the numbers of 24 delegations. And decision of the Senate under Article 123 is you vote by delegation. Even if today, and I will try and get the answer, I was only among the 7 senators who voted twice against the raising of public debt. That is why I can speak on the moral high ground and say, this is because I have made a conscious decision as a senator and as elected representative that the public debt ceiling at that point being raised was against everything that was being done. So at least for me, I can speak for myself and say I voted against the raising of public debt ceiling. And even if you retrieve that answer, check it and call me back to even thank me for making that conscious decision, which was again unpopular at that time. So that's why I can say authoritatively, the borrowing that was done then was not fair to the economy of this country. And that is why we are having these challenges that we are facing up. And that is why even if and my advice, even governors, even in my CPAC, people who have been governors, we don't allow them to come to our committees because we are considering their financial report under review. So that's why even when former President Uhuru speaks, we always try and tell him, just hold on a bit. We fix a few issues that you had left a few months, then you can speak maybe after 5 years. But you cannot blame us when we are trying to fix the same mess that you created. And I think that is, and now, what he should be telling us is that, how can he advise the government to try and fix the challenges that were there? And then, because he had also his own challenges, this government has his also challenges, and they are intertwined. Because if, for example, borrowing, it was done from Kenyatta 1. Moi, Kenyatta 2, and now even in this government.
You will left Kibaki in between.
Yeah, sorry, Kibaki also in between, because he took us to the east. And when Kibaki took, by the way, Latif, is when Kibaki took it. At that time, the economy was doing badly. I think it's about sometimes about institution, because we were collecting, I think, around 200 billion. By the time we left, we had raised 1 trillion, the revenue. I'm not saying we should tax Kenyans to death. You can't. And by the way, in a democrat, in our country, you don't even tax also the rich, because you tax the rich, they run away. You give them tax reliefs and tax exemptions so that they invest and employ the people. And then you go for your pay and get your money. So some of those models that we sometimes try and brainstorm, especially when we're in parliamentary group meetings, and I'm happy the president normally calls us for PG. You remember 2 weeks, and we discuss these issues in parliamentary group, and we ask
So
the president.
In short,
yes,
those now in Kenya Kwanza, who are in Jubilee, and Azimio, before this, that it wasn't called Azimio, it was ODM. Before this, who are sitting in parliament, approving all this mess, oversighting this mess, should shut up about this mess. Do you agree with?
But you agree with me that we have given some of them some high table to make some key decisions on trying to rectify, because life has second chance.
Actually, you raise an important point, but then you see the question comes back: are they rectifying it, or are they getting us deeper into the hole?
For me, where I sit, and I have had a discussion and the president, and even in parliamentary group, I'm happy for the first time. You should congratulate us. At least we have regular PGs. And like before, and like I was a member of Jubilee. We used to have No, I'm Najibo. You should thank us at least 10. At least before it was 10 minutes. At least nowadays we have a discussion.
It's your job, Senator.
No, but we used never to have PGs to consult with the party leader. It's important to consult so that you align in one direction. What I'm just saying is that I agree, but we should at least give a chance, because listen, I'm answering your question,
and I'm telling you, the chance has been given. The moment you're elected, you have the chance. What other chance do you want?
But let me ask you, how do you pay 10 trillion within one financial year?
No, that is not what I'm saying. There's a conversation about giving this government a chance. The chance is theirs. What else do they want to be given? We are waiting to see results. That's the chance. Is someone taking the chance away from them? No. Or when one points to a hiccup, is that supposed to be something? We are simply saying, okay, ICT Muga, I am saying, you have all the chances in the world. Just do what we ask you to do. It's not really complicated, is it?
No, I agree. Now you are talking very well that we have the chance. Implement what we think. And that is why we are saying, in conclusion, what we are saying is give the next 1 year, between this year and next year, things should start looking up. The economy, because the president has put in necessary mechanisms to ensure that at least they stabilize the economy, and the future looks bright. Let us also, as Kenyans, be always hopeful. I know, because of where we come from.
Your deputy president, tell him what he was saying yesterday.
The messages
contrary
he's
to what
sending,
the president was saying.
The messages he's sending are quite confusing.
You can invite him. I know he's a good man, and you have been interviewing him on occasions. You can thank you for having me, and let's get to business.
Let's see what will happen in the Senate this morning.
Yes, and I hope you'll follow it up.
We will be following.
Yes.
Asante sana for joining us. Senator Samson Cherargei from Nandi County has been our guest. Keep it here for more conversations in the next hour. Good morning, 9 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Obaga. The National Dialogue Committee is today expected to meet with Treasury CS Njuguna Ndung'u to consult on how to deal with the high cost of living. The committee, which is left with only one issue before writing its report and presenting it to President William Ruto and Azimio leader Raila Odinga, said it aims to find a direction on how to handle the issue, which temporarily stopped the talks. This event comes as Azimio has maintained that they'll not sign the report if it fails to address the matter.
Bipartisan talks, we know question the omission and also our main agenda, of which if we are not going to agree, it will never take that talks anywhere. It is the main agenda, is the cost of living for Kenyans. Exactly. If the cost of living for Kenyans would not go down, that bipartisan talks will never go anywhere because Kenyans are suffering. Wazazi wanaumia, school fees imepanda, maisha imepanda, kila kitu imepanda, and we cannot afford to continue like this for the next 4 years. Hata kama ni kwa street, hata kama ni impeachment, we have a constitution which is very clear. It gives the mwananchi the powers to do whatever they can do to ensure that their lives is in control.
Members of the public will today attend the hearing of a criminal case against former Mungiki leader Moin Njenga and 11 others at a Nakuru court after the court ordered the police to all access. Principal Magistrate Kipkurui Kibilion gave the orders on Tuesday after a day full of power games between the defense and prosecution through National Police Service, who'd barricaded all roads leading to Nakuru law courts. Njenga and his co-accused are charged with being members of an outlawed sect, recruiting people to an outlawed sect, being in illegal possession of a firearm, among others. Six witnesses are lined up to testify in the case that is set to run for 3 consecutive days.
Matter shall proceed in a public manner, and members of the public shall be permitted to follow the trial, the extent of such number that this courtroom shall accommodate. She shall cause to be mounted a screen to enable persons who shall so, based on the available space, be accommodated to follow the proceedings from therein.
Naondoa TV hapo, hata ingine naomba iwekwe hapo kesho, ingine pande hii. So tukujene tuone vile mambo tunaendelea. Na tunasema hii mambo lazima ifikie mpaka William Ruto aambiwe kwamba hii justice lazima isimame. Ili tuone huu uongo unaendelea namna gani? Ama aje?
A Nairobi court will today sentence a man who was linked to defrauding Tana River Senator Danston Mungatana and found guilty of having fake currency notes valued at 960 million shillings. Milimani Principal Magistrate Benma Kehubi will sentence Abduluye Tamba as the prosecution is expected to produce his pre-sentence report. Tamba, who was charged with 4 counts, was acquitted in October in an offence of obtaining 76 million shillings from Mungatana. The hunt for suspected thugs who killed a police officer and injured another one before robbing them of their rifles has been extended to the Kenya-Uganda border. A team of detectives was sent from Nairobi to the area to back up those on the ground in the hunt for the gang. This is after the 3 men believed to have been behind the incident in Siaya was spotted in a village in neighboring Busia County. A man who was found guilty of defiling and impregnating his 16-year-old daughter in Mukuru kwa Njenga slums will today be sentenced at the Kibra court. The man will be sentenced after the prosecution proved the case against him. The DNA test also confirmed that the man was 99% the father of the child of the victim. That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay, it's a busy morning and traffic is a bit messy in certain parts. It's busy coming out of Westlands. This is going to take you through towards, the exit of the expressway. And that's crazy. We're also looking on the other side of things coming in from Cabanas towards North Airport Road and then onto Outer Ring, also bumper to bumper. Jogo Road was busy and it still is. We're also looking at busyness happening on the Thika Superhighway. You'll get to that Outer Ring junction and bumper to bumper through towards the city. It's still very busy as you approach that Globe Cinema overpass. And then coming in from Limuru Road also is still doing the thing. This is Langata Road. Are you on it? I'm sorry. It's moving very slowly. And just in case you're wondering, indeed, it does go all the way to the Nyayo Stadium roundabout. Some people are using the escape route of Rilo Dinga Way and then going towards Ngong Road, but you might want to stay the course as you get then towards Uhuru Highway. So a look and see kind of thing. Let's look and see what happens in about half hour or so. And we'll talk on Spice FM KE on X.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
6 minutes after 9, we are on to the final hour of The Situation Room this morning. Our next guest is out here. He's going to be joining us shortly. Maurice Kimoli, advocate. But school fees is also out here. It'll be joining us shortly in January.
Yes. School fees will be joining us shortly. How about you get prepared for that? And there's an option to do it in case you look for places under rocks and you've not found those coins yet. Kiwi saying if you step up and shine, you give you a chance to find those fees. How will you do it? You look for where this Kiwi with a new logo is being sold, right? Supermarket, your local shop, wherever. Buy that at whatever size. The 20 ml, the 25 ml, the 80 grams, whichever one it is that you get. And you pop the lid. Under the lid is a code. You will then dial *459 *5# and enter those instructions. Immediately you win airtime or data. And then you get a chance to enter into the draw. 4 people every week are winning 35,000 shillings. It goes towards school fees. So you do that. You buy a tin, you get fees. It goes directly to school. You can do it for yourself. You can do it for others. From primary all the way to university, fees can be paid. Step up and shine today with Kiwi.
That's it, huh? Step up
and shine.
And shine with Kiwi. All right. So we'll be talking about IEBC reforms shortly with our guest, the advocate, when he joins us. And of course, this ties into a story that's in the papers today. The National Dialogue, it's called the National Dialogue, what?
Talks.
Committee talks of the talks.
Kitu kama hiyo.
We'll be doing that. Let me get that story and read it as we get our guest coming into the studio. These two teams of Azimio and Kenya Kwanza are meeting in a last-ditch attempt at salvaging the talks, because they have said when it comes to the cost of living, our interpretation is different from your interpretation. But among the issues that are being discussed in the National Dialogue conversation, CT, was reforming the IEBC, not reforming the IEBC, reconstituting the IEBC. The IEBC does not have a single commissioner today. There's a method that's been set out in law on how to get a commission in office. And this starts with a selection panel. There is a law that says how you shall create the selection panel, the members of the selection panel. Okay? So several amendments here and there, mischievous amendments 1, mischievous amendment 2, 2A, 2B, 23, 2C, has ended up with some selection panel. So that one side of the political divide felt this is the wrong constitution of a selection panel for the IEBC. Let's have another one. Oh, bombers. Oh, they said they've agreed. Oh, we don't know what. What we know is that all the pending by-elections have not taken place. There are wards, there are constituencies that do not have representatives because by-elections have not taken place, because we do not have an IEBC in place. We are just coasting. like going like this, like that. There's a clamor to dissolve the entire county government of Meru. But several people were saying, you know what, let everybody go home. Close this county and everybody go home and seek fresh mandate. Seek fresh mandate requires an IEBC. You don't have one. If we were to dissolve the county government of Meru today, send all MCAs and the governor and deputy home, would need a caretaker because you can't hold
elections
because
There's no
IEBC not in place. Our guest is Advocate Morris Kimoli. He's in the studio. Good morning, Wakili.
Good morning.
Habari ya leo?
Very well indeed. Habari ya masiku.
Salama kabisa.
Asi tuko salama kabisa, mzima kama kigongo.
You look well. Unakaa kama kigongo.
Kuna mvua kule Ukambani.
Sasa mko sawa.
Mvua imeingia.
Mbona mvua na keuo? Top. Haya. Seti. Patia Wakili medali ya siku. The week's proverbs are coming from Namibia.
Yes.
Namibia is this country that's 1.5 times the size of the country of Kenya, with a population that is half the population of Nairobi County.
We should go there, isn't it?
We should. What percentage of that country is a desert?
Most of it.
Okay, so you see.
And I mean most of it.
So
literally.
Okay.
Yes, that's a country where water is actually an issue. Yes, it is. But it is not devoid of minerals and natural resources. No, it isn't. But very sparsely populated. Very.
Alrighty.
The proverb. A parasite cannot live alone.
A parasite cannot live alone.
Yes.
Wakili, your interpretation of this one?
Well, I think in its most natural sense is that if you're parasitic, you must have
a host.
A host. Yeah, and there are people actually who are just like that. Yeah, they cannot just live alone. They have to live off, not the sweat of their brow, but off the sweat of others. In Combine, we say there are people who chew stones with other people's teeth. And when they are chewing stones with other people's teeth, they are very happy because it's not your teeth.
You was it in Kikamba?
You're really grinding stones and people are really cheering you on. And you find a lot of people who are really living large, eating life with a big spoon, but they never look for that money. Maybe it's their parents' money. It's money they have inherited. It's money they have stolen. Yeah, and the rest of us are in the grind, but
to feed them.
Yeah, and a lot of politicians are in that category.
Which one?
A lot of the politicians.
Okay,
You can't become
parasites.
It's easier to exclude
than to include. Morris,
we are the hosts.
IEBC. Okay.
Yes.
And as you walked in, this is what we're talking about. The national dialogue conversation has been one of the agenda items. Was constitution of the IEBC. And it appears that they have agreed on that one. What they have not agreed on is whether maize is important.
Yeah.
And how much it should cost.
Eric, it's a tragedy of our times. And for those of us who are legal practitioners, one of the critical questions we have raised, times without number, is we amend our laws to say that electoral disputes must be resolved within a specific period of time, because those are matters of interest to the people who sit in parliament to make law. And yet you may be fighting over a dispute that is all about your life. This building is being taken away, and that dispute will not be resolved within 6 months. But the matters that touch on the political class, we make them look like they're more important. In fact, Kenyans believe that matters of election are more important than matters of bread and butter. That you can go hungry, but you must have an MP in the office. Never mind that we have close to 400 of them. They don't even know their names. I discovered the other day that if 2 of them meet, they will have to be introduced. Or, this one is so and so to each other. So, you remember, even before the Supreme Court decided the last presidential election petition, Azimio was saying that if this election is set aside, this IEBC will not conduct the election. So even before the electoral process was over, I mean, the agitation had started. And this does not just happen in 2022 or 2023. I mean, it's been there since the days of John the Baptist. We have become acquainted to, squabbles over the IEBC.
What are those squabbles? Are they genuine squabbles?
A part of it is genuine. Let me tell you this, Eric. A while ago, just before I was appointed by Uhuru Kenyatta to the selection panel for the IEBC commissioners last year, 2021, I called a friend of mine. I said, we're going to have vacancies, and you are a polished lawyer, a man of integrity. I propose that I think he was here yesterday. I propose that you become a commissioner. And he said, Maurice, we've been together for a very long time. Why, what have I done? Why do you want me dead? what have I done? And so the key question we should ask ourselves is whether the problem is with the system and the law, or the problem is with the people we finally get into the IEBC. There are structural challenges within IEBC. There are challenges of lack of political goodwill. If there was political goodwill that is fair and honest and not selfish, then IEBC would work just the way it is. But the problem is that we have challenges of funding. I've lost the number of times I've had IEBC say that money doesn't come early enough. We do reforms in the electoral process, every other day as we approach the elections. We are now in the cycle of doing reforms, and there's no guarantee that 2 months before the election, there will be no fresh agitation for change
of law here.
So some of the things we've been talking about are, a clear law that stipulates how you're going to put in place the commission. The Constitution gave us a commission, gave us the numbers, but the Constitution then delegated to Parliament the responsibility to see how the commission is put in place, just like the other commissions. And we don't have a lot of trouble with the other commissions. We have a lot of trouble with IEBC because we have a deficiency of trust in this country. And that deficiency of trust in this country is born out of the way we conduct ourselves when we are appointed. And the jostling that goes into, even for me, when I was appointed into that selection panel, the matter had to go to court.
Yes.
And then you wonder, what is in it for
everybody that
precisely
we have to look,
so that you doubt everybody. I was in 2007, that is where now the rain started beating us properly after Kivuito conducted the election. I was unfortunate to be asked to sue the Standard Group, sorry for this, to stop them from saying that the Kivuito team was bad. And that time there were a whole 22 commissioners, including the chair. Now we have a few. We used to have 22 of them seated. And because they were supposed to be representing different. You remember the IPPG reforms all the way from, they were supposed to be representing everybody. Yeah, because you believe that nikiwa na mtu wangu pale mbele, it's a disease we have in Kenya. That, nikiwa na mtu wangu,
everything will be wrong.
Yeah, that's why we have a bloated parliament. That's why we have, and we believe that we must have somebody speaking for us. And when I went to court and I said, these are good men and good women, please issue an order to stop the media from maligning their names. A judge I would not mention, but it was a respectable judge, looked at me straight in the eye, asked me, Mr. Kimoli, are you serious that you want us to issue this order? So from time immemorial,
what did you answer?
Of
course, you had to say yes.
I had been paid.
You said yes, but you didn't mean it.
You don't want to see a lawyer who has been paid.
Okay.
So these are, we've been through this time and again, and even when we were recruiting the previous commissioners, we asked them critical questions about the performance, the working, the establishment, and the synergy between the commission and the secretariat. And, you know, in a manner of speaking, we have intrinsic challenges, and we also have challenges that come from outside. And the challenges that come from outside, the failure, the deficiency of trust, political interference, so that even when you have a good person, you can have a very good person taking up positions. You can have a very good person who has preached the gospel for a long time and is born again, and he goes to parliament and he becomes something completely different. He gets a public appointment and he becomes something completely different.
Okay, does he become something different, or does he become what he always was? Does the ecosystem within parliament, or whichever position that they now acquire, does it then provide them with the opportunity to bring out their true nature?
Then I think you have a point, but then the other sectors of governance and the economy must be so woebegone that they are completely incapable of bringing out the worst of us. I mean, you work in private companies, we don't know you. You work in church, we don't know you. You are a bus driver, we don't know you. You are a teacher, we don't know you. I mean, how does it happen that we only get to know you when you get a premium public appointment, or when you become a politician? My pastor,
because the arena of public appointments or public office has more lights, more spotlights.
Yes.
So we can now see you in your true colors.
Yes.
We can see you in 4K.
Yes.
The other time we're just seeing you in standard definition in those up. But when you enter this arena, you've been appointed, you've been elected, you go into parliament, the entire floodlight of the stadium is on you.
Some people can probe you.
We can clearly see you have cracked lips, you have a pimple on your nose, all those things.
Or you didn't do your makeup. You have a bad hair day.
Yes. All those things are now clear to be seen. And there's a camera focusing on you and projecting it on a giant screen in the stadium.
So the true you comes out.
Yes.
Yeah. So we're looking at an IEBC which unfortunately has been used by the powers that be over and over again.
Yes.
And usually those who ask for electoral reform usually are those who've been slighted by the outcomes of an election.
Yes.
Now, can we get to a point whereby, as you say, it shouldn't matter who it is sitting within that independent body who's going to oversee the runnings of elections and boundary allocation in the country, void of any kind of political interference? You'll find that it could be the same people on the other side of the divide. And if things went their way, there would be no call for electoral reform. The folks who win never. I've not seen it, unless I'm wrong. The folks who win the competition never call for electoral reform from a boundaries commission. Doesn't matter if it's in Kenya, doesn't matter if it's in Namibia, South Africa, Nigeria. If you're on the winning side, you're not calling for electoral reform because things have gone your way. Usually we see that the call for electoral reform comes from the side whereby the manipulation, which may or may not have taken place on the winning side, did not succeed on the losing side. Can we get to a point whereby we see a commission, selected individuals, void of any kind of political interference? Because, like we keep saying, we don't have a problem when it comes to the thousands of elections that take place. But there's an issue with the presidential. We say this thing needs reforms only for the outcomes of a presidential election. Why is that? And can it get to the point whereby individuals can be selected, not mattering where they come from or who they are, but we say an election must be carried out, and let us be sure that it has been?
Yes. It's if I remember what Julius Caesar, Shakespeare's Julius Caesar said, when he was told, please do not go out, don't venture out, because I had a bad dream and you might be killed. And he sent his message saying, go and tell them that Julius Caesar cannot come. And then he said, no, cannot is a bad word because I'm able to.
Yeah.
Just tell them I will not.
Will not.
We can get there. The question is, what do we need to do for us to get there? What you say is critical because just before 2022, we selected commissioners using a system that had been put in place by Parliament. And at that time, the people now in Azimio, and this is not about Azimio, I'm just backing up what you said, were in government, so to speak. They were supposed to be in their position. None of them. They were actually blind to the things they have now seen.
Actually, they brought in the amendment to the law to create the selection panel in that manner.
Precisely.
Okay.
And the selection panel that time was put in place. Names were forwarded to President Uhuru Kenyatta. We actually forwarded 8 names to President Uhuru Kenyatta. And they selected the commissioners. So no one said anything. No one said this process is flawed. But now, because the boot is on the other foot, all of a sudden, when we've just concluded an election, you want to do away with that system. My father used to tell me a small story. He used to tell me, a lion cannot eat more than 2 donkeys. And I said, I mean, it makes a lot of sense because, you may not finish 2 donkeys. He said, no. The point is this, by the time a lion kills 1 donkey, in Ukambani, a donkey is the fiercest, domestic animal. We didn't even know that there's a giraffe that can, with 1 kick, split the head of a lion. My father told me by the time a lion eats 1 donkey, it will be so scarred in terms of kicks that if it eats a second one, it will die a natural death because there is no ICU in the forest. Now in Kenya, it has become the situation that you cannot conduct 2 elections. In fact,
with the same IEBC.
You can't. We cannot. We will agree on these commissioners and we will do everything. But once they eat 1 donkey,
out.
It is very difficult. In fact, I was mesmerized when my classmate, Chiloba, got another appointment after going through IEBC. It's almost a death sentence. The moment you serve. It completely... And it affects you and people look at you. I've spoken to some of the commissioners, particularly, and they say, people look at us as people who have bungled elections. People look at us as people who have been paid. And that's the same thing that is happening with the Supreme Court, because the Supreme Court has the unfortunate constitutional mandate to determine the disputes relating to the presidential election. And that we insult them from here to Timbuktu. Every time they have to make a determination. So it's not just about the IEBC, even where the court comes in to determine electoral disputes relating to the presidential election, we insult.
We take them to
we put them.
And that's why I agree with what, just jumping on to what Ndu was asking. I want to put it to you because you had said earlier, we have a deficiency of trust. It's not we. Let's single out the people who have a deficiency of trust. Okay? We, the citizens of this republic, a majority of us, a vast majority, don't have a problem with whoever... my headphones. Let me just put it down there for a bit. With whoever is in office, right? We don't care. Whoever is in office, they call us, they tell us there's a by-election in, those 2 by-elections where people are fighting in Western the other day, before Matungu and wherever. People turn up, whoever is the commissioner, at that local level, the person who is the returning officer and the presiding officer, those are the electoral commissioners that we know. We have absolutely no issue with whoever is there. We'll go, we'll cast our ballot, we'll go home, we'll wait for the results. Things will be counted, we'll be there, we'll be observing, we'll shout here and there. And we have no issue at all with who's in office. The people who have an issue are those people at the national level. At whatever time. It's Raila Odinga, it's Kalonzo Musyoka, it's Musalia Mudavadi, it's William Ruto, it's Uhuru Kenyatta, it's Martha Karua, it's who else? Those people at that level are the ones who have a problem because they are invested in other ways that we are not invested. We are invested in getting good leaders. They're invested in something different. I don't know what it is.
It makes me think, and I've thought many times, that looking at the electoral history in this country, the short Uhuru Kenyatta concession speech of 2002 should be forwarded to the National Archives for preservation, because we may not see another concession speech by a main presidential candidate very soon. What we are being treated to is, but as I've interacted with the politicians, if you lose a major game, kule kwetu Mshomoroni, wanasema kwamba mbaazi akikosa kuzaa usingizia jua. And for a politician, for you to maintain relevance, if you accept that you are beaten, and accept that for Azimio it may be very difficult to accept that they were beaten because everything was working for them. There is no other way you can pacify.
Was it really working for them?
In their perspective?
No, for the very first time, we had somebody running who was actually supported by the system, that you could get every door opened for you. If you needed it opened, you could access the police, you could access public. But you're not being bludgeoned.
It isn't the first time we've had that. In 2002,
yes,
Uhuru Kenyatta had the similar support.
Yes.
And he lost.
Yes. True, but not somebody like Raila Odinga. I mean, Raila Odinga with the system should essentially have covered the 200,000 votes, assuming that the electoral process was okay. I mean, we must assume that now because we are past that stage. But
doesn't it show that the fact that we're having this discussion means we haven't passed that stage? Because if we had, this discussion would have been moot, as you learned friends would say.
Yes, it would have been moot if Raila Odinga had conceded. If he had conceded, said, look, the Supreme Court has decided. I am not satisfied, not like Al Gore said. And like Hillary Clinton said a while ago.
Like Raila said in 2013.
Yes.
I'm not satisfied, but I accept.
Yes. After the determination by the court. If he had said that I am satisfied, the rest of us would follow suit. We would believe that our systems are working. But now we are at a point where we doubt Parliament when they begin to make law. We doubt the commissioners. We doubt everybody who works for the IEBC. We believe our politicians. What they tell us is what we follow. And I have spoken to a lot of people who are very profiled human beings in this country, professionals, learned, well-read. And they will tell you that if push comes to shove, I can take a bow and arrows and get into the forest. And then you wonder, what is it that gets into us that you can even, when you can have buttered bread, you have money, you can have buttered bread in your house, and you can drive a car, and you can sleep well and actually afford to snore without fearing that somebody will come to wake you up to steal from you. When you have that social security, you still feel that because somebody lost an election, you can leave all that.
Yes.
Get a machete and get into the forest.
You've actually gotten to the heart of the matter.
Yes.
What is it that we consider to be important with our electoral system? What is it that we would consider satisfactory? What is it that would satisfy us? Because Mwai Kibaki and his ascendancy to power in 2002 opened a very unique door for this country. Meaning, multipartism was seen to work. Somebody can actually be elected, the person who loses concedes defeat, and you actually had a government of national unity, so to speak. There was someone in the opposition, we understand it, but we saw it happened. And we even saw how it was progressing until the politics of our time and the interests of politicians got in the way of things, and an opportunity in my mind was lost.
Yes. And I think a lot of it is about our selfishness. It's we like to associate with those we think have control of resources, because in this country, if you are the president, you can do almost anything. I mean, you can override and subvert other offices. You can subvert the jurisdiction of the control of budget. You can subvert the jurisdiction of the Public Service Commission so that you will advertise jobs and you will interview 300 people. And when you return the results, by some magic, heavenly sent magic, the person who vied in support of the president and lost emerges
as the most suitable.
As the most suitable. And there's not just one. I mean, you recruit PSs, you recruit everyone else. And the people, all of a sudden, regardless of how qualified the rest of us are, by some magic, the people who impress the Public Service Commission and the interviewers, I mean, you put in place a selection panel to a commission, and the person who emerges tops, you look at their antecedents, and you discover in the last general election, they contested or they campaigned for so and so. So we believe that mtu wangu akiwa pale mbele,
my issues are sorted.
Mambo yangu yatakuwa shwari. And that is the problem. We have not yet matured our democracy to the level where I can be comfortable if you are president, regardless of where you come from, where systems work so well that you cannot manipulate them to benefit those, and even where you give political positions, like in America, the president will appoint openly members of his party and the people who supported him. But the other aspects of government work so seamlessly so that in America, whoever is minister for housing does not matter. It doesn't matter. In Kenya, if you are minister for roads, it means that I am going to get tenders. And if you are minister for water, it means I am going to get a borehole drilled in my compound.
Yeah.
I mean, I was insulted a while ago when somebody said, because you've supported the government, we can come and do a borehole for you in your compound. Now, if I was a fool, but just supporting the governor, I would get a borehole.
So you didn't get a borehole?
No, I can't. I mean, why? I'm vastly, Eric. I'm vastly able. Why would I get a borehole when there is no water in the neighborhood?
You can supply to the neighborhood.
No, I mean, the reputational risk. The reputational risk. And some of us have a conscience. It's okay for me to drink water, saying that, I'm harvesting the fruits of supporting the government of the day. But what about the legacy of insults? People are saying, huyu jamaa huyu, hii maji unaona akikunywa hapa hii. Hata yeye ataitapika tu.
Let me tell you now, Maurice Kimuli. People now look at you and they're like, huyu mtu alisupport your governor, akaingia. Na hata maji.
Yeah.
Hata hatuna kwa hii village na huyu mtu wetu alikuwa mtu wa governor.
But I think that is the point he's making.
Let's take a point. We'll have a break. Come back 22 to 10.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Yolanda Mulo, DJ Absolute. When the gang is together.
Got the sugar, got the spice.
Yorada.
Yes.
I have missed you like hot hamburgers. Eh?
Like hot hamburgers.
Bad boys give more money than you can count.
Hey, bad boys give more money than you can count. If it's fun, it's funky, it's fresh, you're definitely going to catch it here. I don't know what you do every day from 11 a.m. to 3 o'clock, but if I were you, I'd tune in to
Sugar and Spice only on 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
So if you say it's on, then it's on. Yeah.
If you go out of this country and come back the same person, then you have a problem. Buy land, 1 million. Put it there for 5 years. What's the purpose?
It'll have increased in value.
No, that's the thing. That's darkness. That's an eclipse. You don't do that.
I hope you don't believe that a hustler is a poor person or that all hustlers are poor. I've seen that conversation.
Tell us, who is that?
So who's a hustler? Hustler is a person who is making a living through hard work.
Corruption in Kenya is a political accusation. The people who are actually corrupt are not pointed fingers at.
Kenya is not free. Kenya imeshikwa na mateka. It's under siege.
Have you seen that lodge on Nyerere Road? Very high fence. You can't even
Windows
sleep inside.
up near the ceiling.
Yes. And if you walk that midnight, you see bats the size of cows.
And when it rains, it doesn't rain on that building.
Yes.
When you're at All Things and it's raining, it doesn't rain on that building.
The things people will believe.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Indeed, it's all about hashtag Spice Drive. Do you have a domestic in your house?
Don't hire execute women, hire from and old women. That's why my nanny normally comes the weekend when my madam is around.
Are you saying your house help is a temptation?
Yes, so.
I knew it. Tune in to the Spice Drive with me, Edward Quatch, 3 to 7 in the PM.
The Spice Drive, only on 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Overcast conditions continue in Nairobi. Showers through the morning, currently at 18. And we're looking into rain showers at 17 in Nakuru. It continues with rain at 16 in Nyeri and Eldoret. We'll see rainy conditions through the morning, currently at 16. Mombasa this morning is overcast. Rain keeps coming down at 25, and we're looking at Malindi with cloudy conditions currently at 26. Out into Kisumu, continues with partly cloudy conditions at 23, while Kakamega partly cloudy at 20 with a chance of rain coming in later. We'll see highs of 27 in Kampala and 29 in Dar es Salaam. Looking out into a cloudy Johannesburg at 20 and out into a sunny Mogadishu at 28, while this morning at 17, Addis is clear. Lagos is hazy at 26 and Kinshasa at 24 with rain showers continuing through today.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
18 minutes to 10, our conversation with Advocate Maurice Kimuli continues. You were in the selection panel of the IEBC that brought in the Cherargei 4.
Yes.
Okay. Now, this had been after some amendments to the IEBC Act that looked at how we constitute it.
Yes.
Soon after, the new administration comes in, they amend the law again to reconstitute how the constitution of the selection panel is constituted.
Yes.
Now we have talks in Bomas, which are looking at how to reconstitute the reconstitution of the law and the reconstitution of the constitution panel
yes.
of the IEBC.
Yes.
What is ailing us? Can we remove politicians from this whole process? We've said this before. We've advocated for this. Can we say that IEBC can be selected in any other way that does not involve the players in the game who think they're the most important player, and yet they're not? Because you see, in an election, what is an election? An election is that process where we, the sovereign, are delegating our powers to officials in office.
Yes.
Those officials in office to whom we are delegating powers behave as if they're the most important
I thought they're delegating powers
element in that process of delegation of power.
Yes. I think we lost that opportunity when we had the momentum for changing the law in the year towards 2010. I think with the lessons that we have learned now, some of the things that now require politicians to, adjudicate and to operationalize should have been decided by Kenyans so that they would have been cast in stone. And particularly because the chapters of law that deal with our independent commissions, which are actually now they are supposed to be the fourth arm of government, totally independent. But we've not seen that happen. We are seeing commissions, repeatedly answering to
subservient to
precisely and
to the appointing authority.
Yes, and corruption has infiltrated even commissions that were supposed to protect us. My father tells me that there is a fence that eats the crops. My father has a way of teaching. He says you find that the fence is intact, no breach, but then the crops that are next to the fence dry up and they are not flourishing. You see that? They don't flourish. And yet they are the closest
to the fence, to the
protection, to the protector. So my father tells me there is a fence that itself, and we have a lot of such people. They get into office. It is intended that they protect us, but they are the source of our
torment,
our misery. So you can attempt to do away with politicians now, but who will make that decision? Our constitution and our system of law and legislation is structured in such a way that now, unless you amend the constitution fundamentally to remove politicians from these processes, they have to take part. And I heard Raila Odinga say the other day that we are the players. IEBC is the referee. You will not select the referee without the concurrence
of the player,
of the other key, players. And so it is very difficult for us to get politicians out of the way. We have to get to that point.
Principally, by the way, Raila has agreed with us.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
You will not see Premier League clubs selecting a player, the referee for the match.
No.
It is the owner of the Premier League.
Yes.
That has control on the referees.
Yes.
We are the owners of the Premier League.
Yes.
We, the voters.
Yes.
It should be our sole decision on who shall referee Gor AFC.
Yes.
Or Gor Kariobangi Sharks.
Yes.
Or Gor Muranga Seals.
Yes.
Not Muranga Seals player saying no.
Eric, can I ask a question? Are you suggesting that we should actually elect our IEBC commissioners?
We, the citizens, should find a way.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Not allow these delegated people who forget they're delegated and assume that they're the owners of the boma. Should we have a direct process of actually deciding who?
Where else have voters in this country gotten it right? I mean,
in the world or in the country?
In this country, we elect close to 400 members of parliament. Typically, when you look at the people we end up getting in parliament, those are close to 400 mistakes. We elect over 1,000 members of the county assembly. Those are close to 1,500 mistakes made by voters. We elect the president. That is one universal, common mistake by a lot of us, and we should be caned. So I'm not sure whether the politician, not just in Kenya. Yeah. Where else?
I like your sense of humor. I don't think we make a mistake. I don't think so. Our electoral process and the outcomes, if there's anything that tells us who we are and what we are, it's that.
So should we then trust ourselves with selecting the referee? I think that's what the Wakili is asking.
No.
If we end up making all these mistakes, 1,800 of them.
I'm of the view we're not making a mistake. You see,
we're just being ourselves.
Yes, there's something. We were talking about this analogy of the borehole. See, his reaction constitutes the road less traveled, because he doesn't want free things, but more importantly, he doesn't want to owe anybody an unnecessary favor, because he understands if you accept that favor,
you lost your power.
You've lost. He understands it. Now, we didn't get to the position that we're discussing here in a day. I sometimes think that when I look at how we elect and how we think about our electoral process, it is what it speaks of is the hope we have lost. We keep thinking that we haven't lost hope, but it speaks of the hope we have lost. And the reason is the sort of people who for the longest time, it's not the case quite right now, who would present themselves to be elected, were people who ordinarily, let me say, had many questions about them than there were answers. Those who perhaps could have presented themselves for election did not bother. Those who might have brought about those changes didn't bother. They did not see why they should bother. So we find ourselves where we find ourselves. But the heart of the matter, if you ask me, is when you are going through the motions because you understand that at the end of this motion, irrespective of what happens, you never really have a say. And that position of despondency is what I feel the voter is at. that, it doesn't really matter. These guys are going to do what they want.
Anyway,
whoever we elect. So the glimmer of hope is in if somebody who I identify with, my tribesperson,
and you extort them a bit.
Yeah, that is where I might get hope, because if it's my tribesperson, I'm likely to have a relative who knows him, so something may get to me. Because we don't believe that government will do the good. Now, the crafters of our constitution understood this well. That's why we have county governments. But the same is being repeated in the county governments.
Precisely.
So our own people whom we thought might be our shield and defender are the very few people, and they're even what they're doing is worse than what we thought the national government could do.
They are the fence.
They are the fence. Yes, exactly.
Assume we had 47 commissioners of IEBC elected by every county. I can tell you, we are likely to end up with 47 mistakes. Even in Nairobi, if we say Nairobi, select one person for us, and they give us my brother from the Greater Kitondo clan, Mike Sonko. A lot of the people will believe that we have the right man for the job. The rest of us will think, what the hell were you thinking? Well, because politics do not necessarily
I
return.
personally rather liked Mike Sonko.
You did, didn't you?
Yes, I did. I did. He represents something very new and something very fresh.
And he'd be a very moderate referee.
Forget the refereeing bit, okay? This is a man who was genuinely popular. Whatever else we say, he was popular. Now, what does the popularity of such a person tell you? You see?
The hopelessness of the people.
Yes, it's full of messages. I mean, and if he were to stand again, it was understood the likelihood of being elected again was very high.
Even in Mombasa, he would still have been
more so in Mombasa, because you consider him a Mombasa boy. So I am saying, when you have a case study like Mike Mbuvi Sonko, what does it tell you? Because it speaks to you, and we're not seeing what it's telling us.
Can we look at a system whereby, for example, when you look at, I thought it very interesting that the US system for elections is run mostly by volunteers. There's no commission in place who decides whether they're going to be back. It's volunteers who, for some reason, the system ingrained in them whereby it's not about whose side you're on. It's not whether you're a Democrat or Republican. The thing is that we have an election to deliver. What we are going to do is make sure all elements in place, we will deliver the election from state to state like that. What would have happened in such a case whereby there's the understanding from the very beginning that even if you want to come and bribe me from here till next year, I'm going to do what is required of me in this process.
Yes.
Because that's essentially what we're saying here. That it doesn't matter who you are, that you can come and put 500 million at my doorstep. But the truth of the matter is, I have a duty to deliver, and I'm going to do
the right thing.
Yes.
And
see?
we have many examples actually, just riding on that. This man was chair of a BOM. Did you vie for that position?
No.
The community reached out to
and
you.
selected
reached out.
you.
Yes, and said, you know what?
Will you take this
we
up?
look at you, we see the values that you bring, we see what you bring to the table, and we'd like you to please be the chair of the BOM. And across the country, you will find such.
Yes.
People who volunteer their services to be chair of committee here in church, school committee. There are very many volunteers. In fact, we know that even at the local level of IEBC, the returning officers are usually such people. People who are respected in the community, the presiding officers. It's headmaster so-and-so, headmaster so-and-so, mzee so-and-so. Who are that? So we already have a system that works.
And we used to.
And is trusted.
I think we also need a measure of discipline for that to work. And we used to be there. A friend of mine told me that in the 70s, when he was selling newspapers, he could actually leave his newspapers and go for tea in Nairobi. And somebody would come who needed a newspaper. They would pick a newspaper and leave money. And there would be coins there. They would even change the money and leave.
Yes.
It used to happen. I mean, our transport sector used to be very different.
What you're saying is actually true.
Yes.
Because it's something I witnessed.
Yes.
Yes, it is true.
So that level of discipline, it begins with personal respecting yourself, having a conscience. And that personal discipline will make things work. And in America, before Trump, we have people, and I've interacted with people in those countries, and they have such a high sense of personal discipline
and integrity.
They don't even they don't even get late. They feel bad when they get late.
And it has nothing to do with their religion.
Nope. Yes.
No.
No.
Yeah.
It's just the ethics by which they live.
Yeah. And they also elect judges.
Yep.
You know, they vote for judges in America. Some judges are actually elected, voted for.
They even vote for public prosecutors.
DPPs.
Precisely.
Yes.
And the Attorney General in America can tell the president, no. And he is appointed by the president. He can say, this one,
no,
I will not do. So in this country, we get good men and women. But whatever happens, you know, when it comes to carrot and stick, we want them to do what it is that we want done. And if they don't, you might leave your children. I don't want to go into a lot of these things, but it's reality that, you know, you will be threatened.
Yeah.
You'll be given the money. You say no. Somebody could tell you we are going to deal with you. And we live in such a lawless country sometimes that people who do some things are not held accountable. So over and above changing the letter of the law to change the way we select our commissioners to the IEBC, we should ask ourselves, where did the rain start beating us? Because the problem is not the legal framework in place for putting into office commissioners.
It is the
problem
characters. I've
begins
told you,
far.
Maurice.
And yes,
it is the characters, the individuals
exactly
who have been in our politics over the last, say, 40 years.
Yes.
I would put it to that.
Yes.
Those are the ones that came in and spoiled the system. They're the ones who came in and poisoned the water.
Yes.
If we are able to get them out, and hopefully the next generation has not borrowed heavily from them, then we shall be okay.
I do think the next generation,
unfortunately,
it'll be worse.
This next generation has been brought up by this
much worse
wrong characters.
The conditioning has already
As
taken
I look
place.
at 2032 and I see that old generation of those who have been in politics of this country for the last 40, 50 years will be gone. But unfortunately, those that will come after them are their children. Politically.
I want to be hopeful today. You know why? That sometimes when you look at these very murky waters that we speak of, you know, even very edible fish live in muddy water. Okay?
Yes, true.
There are many young people who are disciplined and young people who actually want to uphold the rule of law and want to live upright lives. There are
Very
many.
true.
There are many. Now, it's those on whom I would put my hope.
We need to identify them.
Yes.
My pastor, he's now late, Reverend Matiti, told me, I said, Maurice, you know, there are things you do not do today. Not because you cannot do them, but because the opportunity has not presented itself. I may say, I may condemn those who marry two wives. I may condemn those who steal public resources. But the question I must ask myself always is, if I got the opportunity, and in Ukambani we say, a beautiful girl only passes across the compound of a poor man. It's a proverb. It's only when you are poor that you see a very beautiful girl crossing your compound, and you say, oh my God, if I had money, I would take car. Then you don't have the cattle. You don't have. And then you can't get
that girl.
You can't get the girl. And so we must begin by talking to our children. I tell my children when I pray for them, please, whatever you do, do not take that which does not belong to you. Don't be corrupt. And we need to begin that conversation.
Absolutely.
Because the law will not do it for us.
Asante Maurice. Maurice Kimole is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. He's been our guest today, and we shall invite him again. Thank you very much for tuning in to the Situation Room. Have a lovely day. See you tomorrow, God willing. It's 10 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Wakili, do not run away.
Good afternoon. Welcome to today's proceedings of the Senate on this 21st day of November 2023. This broadcast is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. This afternoon, the senators will continue debating a motion by the chairperson, Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations. The motion regards the report of the Standing Committee on the application for conferment of city status to the municipality of Eldoret. And thereafter, the senators will debate the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill, Senate Bills number 30 of 2023. The debate on this was interrupted on Wednesday, 18th of October 2023 during the afternoon sitting. Other bills which have been lined up for debate for the second reading include the Care and Protection of Child Parents Bill, the Prevention of Livestock and Produce Theft Bill, the Coffee Bill, the Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill, the Tea Amendment Bill, the County Boundaries Bill, as well as the Heritage and Museums Bill, that is Senate Bills number 8 of 2023. Those bills have been lined up for debate for the second reading. There are also a number of motions which are in the order of business this afternoon. One is by the chairperson of the ad hoc committee. The motion is on the report of the ad hoc committee to investigate the proliferation of religious organizations and circumstances leading to more than 95 deaths in Shakahola, Kilifi County. The other motion is by the Senator Kathuri Murungi on the report of the 146th Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union and related meetings held in Manama, Kingdom of Bahrain from 11th to 15th of March 2023. That motion will be moved by the Honorable Member, Senator Kathuri Murungi. The Senate Majority Leader will lay on the table of the Senate two papers. One, the National Land Commission Annual Report for financial year 2022-2023. And the second paper is the Architects and Quantity Surveyors Amendment Bylaws 2023 Legal Notice number 188 of 2023. There will also be questions and statements. The Senator for Nyandarua County, Senator John Methu, will seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources concerning harassment of farmers in Bahati and Dundori Forest by the Kenya Forest Service Rangers. The Senator for Nyandarua County will also seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries regarding agricultural support to farmers in Bahati and Dundori areas. Nominated Senator Raphael Chimera will seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Cohesion, Equal Opportunity and Regional Integration regarding the adherence to the principles of meritocracy, transparency, fairness, and equal opportunity in the recruitment of the Director General of the Competition Authority of Kenya. The nominated senator will also seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Health regarding delay in processing of medical insurance claims for teachers and police officers by Medical Administrators Kenya Limited. The nominated senator will also seek a statement from the Health Committee regarding withheld functions and financial challenges at the National Cancer Institute. Nominated Senator Shakila Abdallah will seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget concerning customs regulations and taxation for travelers returning to Kenya via the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. Nominated Senator Hamida Kibwana will seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations regarding the review of charges, fees and levies related or relating to immigration and citizen services. The nominated senator will also seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights concerning gender-based violence incidents in the political space in Kenya. If you're just joining us, we are waiting for the business of the Senate to begin this afternoon, where the senators will be debating the report of the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations on the application for conferment of city status to the municipality of Eldoret. That the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations on the application for conferment of city status to the municipality of Eldoret, laying on the table of the Senate on Wednesday, September 20th, 2023. And pursuant to this Section 8, Subsection 6 of the Urban Areas and Cities Act of 2011, the Senate approves the conferment of city status to the municipality of Eldoret. If you're just joining us, that's the Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Emerson Kingi. Let me now hand you over for this live broadcast.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we beseech you to behold with abundant favor and blessings us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you've committed to our charge. Amen. Clerk, do we have quorum? Sergeant at Arms, kindly ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
Good afternoon. If you're just joining us, the Speaker of the Senate has ordered the quorum bell be rung so that the Senate can achieve the requisite quorum needed for business to begin. The senators will be debating the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill, Senate Bills number 30 of 2023, which has been lined up for debate for the second reading. The last time the senators debated this bill was on Wednesday, 18th of October 2023. And should the senators dispense of this or complete the debate for the second reading, then that bill will be subjected to a division to determine whether it should proceed to the committee of the whole. The bills which will be debated after that include the Care and Protection of Child Parents Bill, which was also which was debated on Thursday, 16th of November 2023. Of course, there is some balance of time there. After that, the Senate will vote on it to determine whether the bill also proceeds to the Committee of the Whole. The Prevention of Livestock and Produce Theft Bill. This bill is courtesy of the Honorable Senator from Nandi County, Senator Samson Cherargei. It has also been lined up for debate for the second reading. Actually, that will be a resumption of debate, which was interrupted on Thursday, 2nd November 2023. The coffee bill will also be debated. The last time this bill was debated was on Thursday, 16th November 2023. There are other bills that have been lined up for debate for the second reading. The Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill, the Tea Amendment Bill. This bill is courtesy of Senator Wakili Hilary Sigay. The County Boundaries Bill, Senate Bills number 6. This is courtesy of the Senator for Omabay County, Senator Moses Kajwang. The Heritage and Museums Bill, Senate Bills number 8 of 2023, has also been lined up for debate for the second reading. The chairperson, the ad hoc committee, will move a motion on the report of the ad hoc committee to investigate the proliferation of religious organizations and circumstances leading to the more than 95 deaths in Shakahola, Kilifi County. The Senator for Meru County, Senator Kathuru Murungi, will also move a motion on the report of the 146th Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union and related meetings held in Manama, Kingdom of Bahrain, from 11th to 15th of March 2023.
Chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
The Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of this Senate today, the 21st of November 2023, being, Mr. Speaker, 1, the National Land Commission Annual Report for financial year 2022-2023, and the Architects and Quantity Surveyors Amendment Bylaws 2023, legal notice number 188 of 2023. I thank you.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Senator Mungatana, your delegate units seem to be having issues.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, that pursuant, I wish to stand on a point of order stating that pursuant to Standing Order number 37, the Senate do now adjourn to discuss a definite matter of urgent national importance, namely the prevailing heavy rain and subsequent flooding in many parts of the country. Mr. Speaker, I request, thank you.
Honorable Senators, indeed, I'm satisfied that the requisite threshold has been met. Therefore, direct that this matter be discussed at 5:30. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Senator John Methu, those are statements pursuant to Standing Order 53-1. That statement is dropped. There are 2 for Senator John Methu. Senator Raphael Chimera. Yes, Senator, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Request for a statement on adherence to the principles of meritocracy, transparency, fairness, and equal opportunity in recruitments at the Competition Authority of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Cohesion, Equal Opportunity, and Regional Integration regarding the adherence to the principles of meritocracy, transparency, fairness, and equal opportunity in recruitments at the Competition Authority of Kenya, in brackets CAK, particularly in the recruitment of the Director General of the authority. In the statement, the committee should, number 1, explain the recruitment process for the Director General position at CAK, outlining the steps taken so far in the recruitment of the DG and the corresponding timelines. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, disclose details of the tendering process for the procurement of the recruitment services for the DG position, explaining the rationale for the award of the tender to ACAL Consulting. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, reports on the fairness of the recruitment process, explaining the failure of the authority to provide feedback to candidates, as well as publish the long lists and short lists. Number 4, Mr. Speaker, confirm claims of conflict of interest, secrecy, or bias in the recruitment process, and if so, remedial action taken. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, clarify whether the Public Service Commission is actively monitoring the recruitment process to ensure it aligns with the principles of meritocracy, transparency, fairness, and equal opportunity, and outline measures to ensure that the recruitment process is conducted in a transparent and fair manner and is insulated from undue influence. I also have another statement, Mr. Speaker. Request for statement on the withheld functions and financial challenges of the National Cancer Institute, Kenya. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Health regarding the withheld functions and financial challenges of the National Cancer Institute, NCI, Kenya. In the statement, the committee should, number 1, state the challenges, if any, experienced by the national government in the implementation of the Cancer Prevention and Control Act, number 15 of 2012, specifically relating to the functions and responsibilities of the National Cancer Institute, NCI, Kenya. Number 2, state measures put in place by the government to ensure that the NCI Kenya effectively executes its mandate, including the restoration of its regulatory and oversight functions, outlining the specific functions that have been withheld and the rationale for such actions. Number 3, spell out actions being taken to address the financial challenges faced by the NCI Kenya, and that it operates and ensure that it operates with the intended financial autonomy. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, indicate the steps being taken to strengthen the collaboration between the Ministry of Health and the NCI Kenya to enhance cancer prevention and control efforts in the country. Last statement, Mr. Speaker, is a request for a statement on delay in processing of medical insurance claims for teachers and police officers by Medical Administrators Kenya Limited. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Health regarding the undue delay in processing of medical insurance claims for teachers and police officers by the Medical Administrators Kenya Limited, MAKL. In the statement, the committee should, number 1, provide details of the medical insurance schemes for teachers and police officers managed by Medical Administrators Kenya Limited, MAKL, indicating the number of respective beneficiaries and panels of medical and healthcare service providers. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, reports on the criteria for processing claims at MKL, explaining the delays reported by teachers and police officers in the processing of medical insurance claims. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, explain actions taken by the Insurance Regulatory Authority, the Teachers Service Commission, and the National Police Service Commission to address the said delays. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, outline measures put in place to ensure the timely and efficient processing of medical insurance claims in line with the terms and conditions of the respective schemes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Shakila Abdallah. That statement is dropped. Senator Hamida Kibwana. That statement is dropped. In fact, Senator Hamida Kibwana had 2 statements. Those 2 statements are hereby dropped for reasons that she is not present. Next order, clerk.
Order number 8, motion, report of the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations on the application for conferment of city status to the municipality of Eldoret Division.
So this motion is up for division, and clearly we do not have numbers to undertake a division, and therefore this motion shall be deferred. Next order, clerk.
Order number 9, the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill, Senate Bills number 30 of 2023, division.
This motion, this particular bill is also up for division. Unfortunately, we do not have the numbers to carry out a division, and therefore this bill will be deferred. Next order.
Order number 10, the Care and Protection of Child Parents Bill, Senate Bills number 29 of 2023, division.
This particular bill is also up for division, noting that we don't have the numbers to carry out that division. This order will also be deferred. Next order, clerk.
Order number 11, the Prevention of Livestock and Produce Theft Bill, Senate Bills number 12 of 2023, second reading.
Now, at interruption of debate on Thursday, Senator Chute had the floor, and he had a balance of 5 minutes. So, Senator Chute, you may proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I can cede my time to anybody who wants to speak.
Thank you. Senator Wafula.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Unfortunately, I was testing whether my buttons are working. Thank you. I can also hand over to the next person.
Senator Kenyua.
Asante Bwana Spika kunipa fursa hii. Nimebonyeza nikiwa na uhaki, nitaongea na nashukuru Bwana Spika kunipa fursa hii. Na mswada huu Bwana Spika, kuhusu wizi wa mifugo na kuzuia wizi wa mifugo Bwana Spika. Ni kweli Bwana Spika, mswada huu ambao umeletwa na Senator Cherargei ni mswada ambao unafaa zaidi Bwana Spika wakati huu, kwa sababu Bwana Spika, ukitembea sehemu nyingi za nchi ya Kenya, hasa upande wa bonde la Ufa Bwana Spika, utembee sehemu hizo, utapata shida nyingi ambao wananchi wanapitia Bwana Spika, ni huu wizi wa mifugo Bwana Spika. Na wizi wa mifugo Bwana Spika ni jambo ambalo limekuwa likisumbua kwa miaka na mikaka Bwana Spika. Na Bwana Spika, ukitembea sehemu nyingi za Laikipia, hasa wale ambao ni wafugaji, utapata ya kwamba wao wanategemea ile mifugo, Bwana Spika. Mifugo ndio wanategemea kwa watoto wao waweze kwenda shule, Bwana Spika. Wanategemea mifugo ile, Bwana Spika, kama ndio tegemeo lao, Bwana Spika, kwa maisha yao, Bwana Spika. Lakini imekuwa ni kitu ambacho inafanya wao wenyewe, Bwana Spika, wauawe. Ukitembea sana, Bwana Spika, sehemu za mahali kunaitwa Wangwashe, Bwana Spika, uende mahali kunaitwa Ormora, Bwana Spika, mahali kunaitwa Matweku, Bwana Spika, watu wengi, Bwana Spika, wamepoteza maisha yao kwa sababu ya wizi huu wa mifugo. Na Bwana Spika, huu si wizi wa mifugo ule wa kawaida, Bwana Spika, kwa sababu wizi wa mifugo wa kitambo, Bwana Spika, ulikuwa watu wakishambuliwa na mifugo inachukuliwa. Lakini wakati huu, Bwana Spika, wanashambulia kuwaua watu, Bwana Spika, na baada ya kuwaua watu, Bwana Spika, unaona huendi ile mifugo inaenda mahali fulani kuchungwa, Bwana Spika. Ile mifugo inaibiwa, inaletwa katika miji mikuu, na si wizi wa kawaida ambao ulibwa na walala hoi, Bwana Spika. Wizi huu wa mifugo ambao unaendelezwa, Bwana Spika, na ndiposa naunga mswada huu mkono, kwa sababu unasema ya kwamba mswada huu unasema wizi wa mifugo utakuwa ukiwekwa katika kipengee kile ambacho wale ambao wamehusika na huu wizi wa mifugo na kupatikana na hii mifugo, Bwana Spika, wawe wakichukuliwa hatua dhabiti, Bwana Spika, za kisheria. Kwa hivyo, Bwana Spika, naunga mkono mswada huu nikisema ya kwamba si wezi wa mifugo peke yake, Bwana Spika, kwa sababu pengine unapata yule ambaye ako na wale mifugo ndio anachukuliwa hatua za kisheria, Bwana Spika. Hata wafanyi biashara ambao wamehusika na wizi huu, kwa sababu wao ndio wanapelekea vijana wetu kutoenda shule, ndio waweze kujihusisha na wizi huu wa mifugo, Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo, Bwana Spika, nikiunga mkono, ningesema ya kwamba sio wale tu wahusika wadogo wanapaswa kuwa wakichukuliwa hatua, wale waliokuja kuiba hii mifugo usiku, lakini hata wale ambao wamepelekewa hii mifugo, Bwana Spika, na kuweza kuendeleza hii biashara, kwa sababu biashara hii ya mifugo wa wizi ikisimamishwa, Bwana Spika, hata wezi wale rejareja, Bwana Spika, wale wanakuja kufungulia mifugo ya watu, Bwana Spika, wataweza kukoma, Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, sisi hasa watu wa Laikipia, shida hii, na ndiposa naunga mswada huu mkono. Mswada huu ukipita, wizi wa mifugo utakuwa ni jambo la sahau la kwetu Laikipia, na najua maendeleo mengi yataweza kupatikana, Bwana Spika. Naunga mkono mswada huu na anasema, Bwana Spika, upite haraka iwezekanavyo, Bwana Spika, na anasema asante kwa kunipa fursa hii. Asante, Bwana Spika.
Senator Dulo, what is your intervention? Proceed to speak then.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to support this particular bill. Mr. Speaker, over the years in Parliament, we have really tried to come up with bills that can support the issues of cattle rustling and banditry in this country. But unfortunately, we have never seen any of those bills seeing the light of the day. I remember 2013, Senator Naisula brought a bill that was going to take care of that, and more so the issues between the pastoralists and also agriculturalists. But unfortunately, even that bill, it has never gone through. Mr. Speaker, I must confess that issues of pastoralism and livestock and banditry in this country, it's not being taken very seriously. And there are so many of Kenyans who rely on issues of pastoralism and issues of livestock. But you will see, Mr. Speaker, most of the time, even when people are looking at the budget and the policy, the issue of livestock, the issue of pastoralism becomes a second thought issue. Mr. Speaker, it's high time that we deal with the issues of banditry and livestock. Mr. Speaker, looking at the bill, the issues of branding of the animals has been introduced. If you look at the issues of branding, some of us who are pastoralists, every community, clan or sub-clan, they have their branding traditionally. So that if my animal is being taken by somebody, automatically I have a particular branding because I come from a certain community. But over the years, Mr. Speaker, that has not actually assisted. Mr. Speaker, issues of banditry and cattle rustling, it used to be a traditional issues where certain communities feel that when they actually go through a certain process, they should actually go and steal animals so that they become heroes and they get actually married or use the same resources to marry. Mr. Speaker, that has completely changed. Cattle rustling and banditry of animals has actually become a business where you can imagine people, for example, I have an issue with Isiolo County where our pastoralists are being attacked by Samburu County, Marsabit County, Garissa County, Wajir County. Isiolo has become a punching bag and we are boxed in a corner. Mr. Speaker, we have even tried to use provincial administration. I remember one time a former PC, Swale, was taken to Garissa to deal with the issues of banditry and cattle rustling. Mr. Swale actually tried to make sure that whichever chief will be found that animals are stolen from his area, he is actually removed from the service. And that particular time, Mr. Speaker, that really worked. Mr. Speaker, when these groups of bandits or youths come together, it's an organized crime where people sit and they have actually arrangement to make sure they go and hit a particular area. Mr. Speaker, in those areas, the chiefs are there, the elders are there, the security is there, the provincial administration is there. Unfortunately, when those animals are taken, nobody will see them. I remember 2 weeks ago, we have lost almost 500 goats in Isiolo County. Immediately it leaves the boundary, those goats are divided within certain villages. You will not even see where it has gone. Mr. Speaker, these bandits, we have tried the issue of NPR in this country, which has never worked. Because if security, for example, police or provincial administrations are the ones following these animals, over the years, we are unable to get those animals back. Then we said, can we use NPR so that they can complement actually the normal regular police and the provincial administration? Even that has never worked. And I think, Mr. Speaker, as a country, we have to take this very seriously because for pastoralists, this is source of livelihood. Today you have 1,000 animals, tomorrow you have 0, you are reduced to nothing. And sometimes you will even sell these animals to take your kids to school. After these animals are taken, what do you do with your children? How do you feel as a person who was having 1,000 camels? Tomorrow, they are all taken away. Mr. Speaker, I support this particular bill if it is for any reason that we are going to have a solution as far as banditry and cattle rustling is concerned. I remember even many years back, we even introduced the issue of chip that is going to be put in the animals. Even that, it never worked because it's very expensive. We are not going to be able to introduce that. Mr. Speaker, as pastoralists, we have a big problem in this country. During rainy season, we have a problem. During drought, we have a problem. And more so, during drought, people fight because of pasture. People fight because of, water. Yeah, fighting over resources. No solution in this country that we ever get. Mr. Speaker, we are really affected as pastoralists with the issue of this issue of cattle rustling. We must have a solution to it. And if for any reason this is going to actually change the current situation of the issue of cattle rustling and banditry, I think we will support that. But I feel that as a country, we are being neglected by the government and all the government representatives as far as issues of pastoralism and the cattle rustling is concerned. Mr. Speaker, Recently, we had a lot of rains. You can imagine animals crossing, all of them are swept by the rivers. Yeah? Today you are rich, tomorrow you are nobody. Water harvesting that should have happened right now to actually alleviate the problem of drought is not even happening anywhere in our counties. Rainy season, you will see that the rivers are killing people. Houses are swept. As a country, we don't even prioritize to harvest that water so that tomorrow the pastoralists, the people who have cattle can be able to survive on those dams or water from the river. Mr. Speaker, I support this particular bill, but I think as a country, we must have a candid discussion as far as the issues of cattle rustling is concerned in this country. I know CS Kindiki has tried. In fact, he has traversed this country from the day he was appointed. It has slowly come down, but unfortunately, up to now, even last week in my county, animals are actually being taken away, which is very sad. We have security, we have government in place, we have chiefs. There is no solution at all. I think personally, I feel maybe we need to introduce a curriculum where we say that banditry should be dealt with. I know there is a bill before our committee by County Assembly of Elgeyo Marakwet. We visited them 2 weeks ago, where they are saying that the issue of cattle rustling and banditry, it should be actually subjected to as a terror act. Mr. Speaker, we must support that as pastoralists because we are not getting solution to this issue of cattle rustling and banditry. We are really pained as pastoralists because there is no solution. Mr. Speaker, if anything happens in agricultural area, you will see people running, having solution in this country. But when it comes to pastoralists and the cattle rustling and the nomads, no solution at all. I think we need to put our heads together and come up with a solution as far as issues of cattle rustling and banditry is concerned in this country. Because initially we thought maybe banditry is being brought into this country by Al-Shabaab and other people. But now it's not even Al-Shabaab. It's our own people doing the same thing. We know each other. But unfortunately, sometimes even those who are doing the same thing, we protect them. I remember we are being told an incident in Elgeyo Marakwet where they are saying a bandit was actually attacked and he was brought to the hospital. Can you imagine people coming to release that particular individual who has committed a crime, who has killed somebody? People go to the hospital to release him. I mean, it's unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. So I think personally I support the bill, but we must get a solution to this problem of cattle rustling in this country. I thank you.
Senator Cheptumo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this bill. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the intention and the objective of this bill, is proposes a law that will enable the branding of livestock. Mr. Speaker, the intention therefore is for identification of the livestock, so that if they are stolen, it is possible to be identified this livestock belongs to which county, which constituency, and so on. And the intention, Mr. Speaker, is to help the security agencies and government to facilitate recovery of livestock and identify the owners of those livestock, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, this is the culmination of the situation that has been faced by the pastoral communities for a very long time. And, Mr. Speaker, this bill is an attempt by Senator Cherargei in this House, Mr. Speaker, to look for ways and means of reducing the so-called cat rustling and banditry, Mr. Speaker, because therefore it is easily to track the stolen livestock. Mr. Speaker, in 1977, when I was in primary school, the first attack took place in Baringo North, in my own village, Mr. Speaker. That time, the President of the Republic, Mr. Speaker, was the first President of the Republic, Mzee Hayati Mzee Jomo Kenyatta. 1 year later, Mr. Speaker, the late President Moi took over from Baringo as the head of state. And for 24 years, Mr. Speaker, this situation of cat rustling continued despite the efforts being taken by government. Mr. Speaker, it is sad again that 10 years of Kibaki, we had the same challenge. In Baringo, Elgeyo Marakwet, in Turkana, in Isholo, in Marsabit, and the other counties, Mr. Speaker. The son of the first president came on board for 10 years, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. The situation never changed, Mr. Speaker. And now the 50th president of the Republic, William Samuel Ruto, and the situation continues. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, in this House, there is a motion by me seeking this House to pass a resolution to declare cattle rustling a national disaster and an establishment of a fund to compensate the victims. Mr. Speaker, the unfortunate situation is that it is only the pastoral people who feel the pinch. But the rest of the country, where there is plenty, where there is food, where there is communication, where they don't feel what it means. Mr. Speaker, recently, a colleague of mine asked me, Cheptumo, how possible is it that you can drive 300 heads of cattle? Is it possible to steal 300 cows, heads of cattle? 1,000? And I don't blame that Kenyan because, practically speaking, it is not tenable. You can't imagine how possible it is. But, Mr. Speaker, from where I come from, you can have one Kenyan having 100 herds of cattle, 200 goats, a millionaire by standards. And when the raiders, Mr. Speaker, come, they drive the entire livestock. A millionaire, in terms of value of livestock, becomes a pauper, poor one morning, not able to pay fees, dress, have food for the family. Mr. Speaker, this is a challenge that I want to really say that we are talking about, Mr. Speaker, a situation that has persisted for 49 years, almost the age of our independence, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, it has caused a lot of effort. Lomeneni is here, I will tell you, Mr. Speaker, the challenges is facing in Turkana. My member of my committee, Dulo there, wherever we are in meetings in our committee, he keeps on crying because of the situation and so on. Mr. Speaker, you talk of displacement of population. You talk of maiming of people. You talk of killings of people. You have widows. You have widowers. Mr. Speaker, institutions of learning, people are unable to exercise and benefit from Article 43, political, economic, and social rights, Mr. Speaker, are completely denied these people. So, Mr. Speaker, any attempt by any Kenyan and by a member of this House to introduce any law or a proposal, Mr. Speaker, that we think can help to sort out the cat rustling, Mr. Speaker, I want to say we will receive and support Mr. Speaker, I want to request members of this House to support this particular bill. Mr. Speaker, we have so many social challenges in our counties. Baringo, Mr. Speaker, if you allow me to say that, is one of the counties, Mr. Speaker, that has suffered. 3 days ago, 3 young Kenyans were killed by the bandits, innocent people who were just looking after their livestock. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to say from this House that, Mr. Speaker, the way the post-election violence, Mr. Speaker, of 2007, 2008, Kenyans paid to compensate the victims of post-election violence, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the cattle rustling, which used to be a traditional kind of situation, is no longer. It is becoming a commercial business. It is becoming political, Mr. Speaker. And it is the right time now, Mr. Speaker, that we pass every law that will enable government, Mr. Speaker, to take stern action. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, when I led my committee to Elgeyo Marakwet, as said by my colleague Dulo here, one of the recommendations, Mr. Speaker, one of the petitions, which is in this House, and I will be tabling the report next week, Mr. Speaker, the Elgeyo Marakwet County Assembly is proposing, Mr. Speaker, that we amend the law so that we treat a bandit as a terrorist. And Mr. Speaker, I agree. What the actions of a terrorist and the actions of a bandit is the same. They destroy, they kill, Mr. Speaker. They maim, they steal. What happened in 1998, Mr. Speaker, in the US Embassy here, the bomb blast, is exactly what a bandit is doing. The other day, Mr. Speaker, in Westgate, the same situation. In Dusit, the same situation. Kenyans are dying in numbers the way they also die. And so, Mr. Speaker, we will be moving a motion in this House to amend our laws so that the punishment of a bandit should be at the level of a punishment of a terrorist. So that, Mr. Speaker, we deal with these criminals in a manner that is going to be deterrent, Mr. Speaker, and facilitate, our people to live in peace. Mr. Speaker, I just want to join my colleagues in supporting this bill and say we pass this bill so that, Mr. Speaker, then the government should be able to allocate resources and do the branding of the livestock so that they are able to be tracked and be returned to the people, the owners of the livestock, Mr. Speaker. I want to conclude by saying, Mr. Speaker, I repeat, it is the business of the government of the day. And I want to thank the President, Mr. Speaker, because from the time he took over, he has given the political will. He has made it clear that he will do everything possible to ensure we restore and secure our country, Mr. Speaker, and particularly the counties that have been facing cattle rustling for a very long time. Mr. Speaker, it means that we have to provide enough personnel, sophisticated equipments. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you something, as I tell the House. Sometimes the security forces of this country can actually not face these bandits because the weapons they have, Mr. Speaker, are more sophisticated than the weapons that are being used by our forces. It is a shocking trend, Mr. Speaker. I want to call upon the government of the Republic that it is the responsibility of the government of the day, the Kenya Kwanza government, as per our plan to secure all our counties, Baringo, my county, being one of them, so that, Mr. Speaker, then we develop and continue to enjoy the fruits of our independence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Senator Wambua.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to also make a contribution to this bill. From the start, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Senator Cherargei for thinking through such an important bill, especially to take care of the interests of livestock farmers. Mr. Speaker, in supporting this bill, I will limit my comments to part 1, 2, and 3, and I will begin the short title. The Speaker, the bill is titled the Prevention of Livestock and Produce Theft Bill. I'm thinking that the senator and the drafters wanted to capture the live animals and products from livestock. And so, the Speaker, I will be requesting the senator to consider amending the short title to read the Prevention of Livestock and Livestock Products Theft Bill. So that then he captures, because when you read the introduction, the object of the bill, it dwells a lot on live animals, makes mention of firearms, but omits a very critical product from livestock, skins and hides. And you know our leather, the leather industry in this country, basically more than 80% of it is from livestock. So just to consider expanding the scope of the short title to include the livestock products. The Speaker, the branding of animals a very important aspect. And the Speaker, how I wish the senator would have thought about putting in place or reinforcing the formation and activation of livestock ranching societies. Because that way, Mr. Speaker, it becomes a lot easier and neater to establish clear identifiers for specific ranches, as opposed to in one household, you have 10 owners of livestock in the same household. Each one of them is supposed to come with a different brand for their animals for identification. The Speaker, it would be a lot easier if this could be done through ranching societies. And this has happened before, Mr. Speaker. Where I come from in Kitui, and Kitui actually is one of the leading counties when it comes to establishment of ranches, cattle ranches. We used to have two very vibrant cattle ranches in Kitui West. One was called the B2, Yata B2, and the other one was called Mwakine Ranch. And in those ranches, owners would just take their livestock, but they would come up with their own unique identifiers for their animals. I remember my grandfather's identifier was number 1, 2, 3. And so everybody in the family would brand their animals 1, 2, 3, but they would know that they have a specific identifier for their specific animals within the larger family identification. The Speaker, on the same part 2 on branding, I see the senator is proposing that in clause 6, every livestock owner shall apply to the county executive committee member for registration in their name of a brand of such nature and dimensions as shall be prescribed in county legislation. So, Speaker, I would urge and request the promoter of the bill to remove the burden of the requirement for registration from the livestock owner and put that burden on the county government. So it becomes the responsibility of the executive member responsible for agriculture and livestock in each county to ensure that all animals in the county are branded and they can be easily identified. Clause 6C, the Speaker, the requirement for registration of the brand, under C, there is a fee that is required of every livestock owner who applies for a brand. Mr. Speaker, we have a lot of livestock owners who really would not afford a fee to register a brand. I'm thinking of the peasant farmers in Kitui who have, say, 1 or 2 goats. And, you know, according to this law that we are passing, it becomes a crime to own an animal which does not have a registered brand. So that farmer who has only 2 goats, or actually even 1 goat, how are they supposed then to apply and register a brand for their 1 goat? And if they don't do that, then they will lose the goat or the fine. Actually, the fine in part 4 of the bill is extremely punitive. If you are the owner of this 1 goat and you have not registered the brand for it, then you are in breach of the law. And according to this bill, you should be imprisoned for a term not exceeding 1 year, or to a fine not exceeding 100,000 shillings. The Speaker, I know Senator Cherargei minds the interests of the people he calls hustlers. He should consider tightening that section of the bill, so you don't make poverty an offense. You know, it's not a crime to be poor. Let that person who has 1 goat, you know, have time to multiply the goats to get to 10. So to see how he can tighten that part. The Speaker, part 3, because I know other senators would also want to make a contribution to this bill. Part 3 is the Speaker of this bill. It talks about the movement of livestock. A very interesting section of the bill. First of all, it begins by introducing an officer called an inspector. And this inspector, according to this bill, one of the major duties and responsibilities of the inspector is to ensure that permits are issued for the movement of livestock from the premises of the owner to another place, either for slaughter or to the market. A good thing to do. But then Senator Cherargei will also remember that function, Mr. Speaker, is currently being undertaken by the Ministry of Agriculture. And there's a requirement today that before you move animals, especially from one county to another county, you must obtain a no objection letter from the recipient county. So then the promoter of the bill will need to harmonize that role of the inspector and the ministry official who is issuing the no objection letter. But as a Speaker, what has caught my attention in this bill, in that provision, is that then, if this bill goes through, and I pray that it does, then perhaps the problems that I have been facing in Kitui of camel herders who invade our land, then could be a problem of the past. Because according to this bill, then there is no camel herder who will be allowed to move their animals from the premises of the owner into my farms in Kitui without the express permission of the inspector, both in, say, if it's Garissa or Wajir, and my inspector in Kitui or Taveta or another place that we have this menace. The Speaker, the beauty of that is that this permit will also enable us to unveil the shadowy owners of these camels. In most cases, Mr. Speaker, you never know who the owners of these animals are. But now this permit requires that the name of the owner is entered into the permit and the handler is also entered into the permit. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I want to say and echo the words of Senator Cheptumo on the matter of the treatment of this menace that is called cattle rustling. The Speaker, I have never understood in my entire life
Order,
why
Senator Shakila and your colleagues, Senator Mazayo, Senator Boy, and Senator Hamida. You may consult, but keep your voices low, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for protecting me from the coast region. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I have never understood why we should tag an obvious open crime and baptize it cattle rustling. The Speaker, a thief is a thief. Whether you are stealing mangoes in plantations in Kitui or you are stealing livestock from the rift or wherever you are stealing. And I want to really thank Cherargei for thinking through this and for proposing in the bill that those people that are caught stealing animals or handling stolen animals through this menace that they call cattle rustling will be liable on conviction to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 15 years or to a fine not exceeding 1 million shillings or to both fine and imprisonment. So Speaker, that's the way to go. So that it must become very, very expensive for people to engage in cattle rustling in the 21st century. So Speaker, with those few remarks and those recommendations for amendments, I support the bill.
Senator Chimera.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me in a very special and profound manner to take this opportunity to congratulate and commend Senator Cherargei for this very wonderful bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to say, may the record reflect that I am in support of this bill. Mr. Speaker, I come from a county known as Kwale, and Senator Issa Boy is present in this house today. He may bear me witness that there's a saying in my local dialect that says, Mduruma yetse ng'ombe si Mduruma, loosely translated to mean that a Duruma who does not own cows or a cow is not a proper Duruma, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the county government of Kwale County has for a very long time, since the times of the reign of C.S. Salim Vuria, been investing in the promotion and distribution of very good breeds of livestock in Kwale County, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, we have, as a county, out of the expenditure of taxpayers' money, end up losing this kind of breed out of cattle rustling and banditry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are communities in a place called Namelok in Kwale County, a place called Naserian in Kwale County, a place called Mtumwa, where I come from, Mr. Speaker, Majongani and Mtunga, Mr. Speaker, and other parts of Kwale County, where most people in that county, Mr. Speaker, are basically livestock farmers, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, out of that basic thing of them keeping livestock, they've been a huge source of agony, Mr. Speaker, and pain, Mr. Speaker, because we've had for far too long a conflict of communities out of keeping livestock, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to speak to section 5, Mr. Speaker, 5E, where we have the functions of the CCs, respective CCs in charge of agriculture. And that function specifically speaks about promotion of abandonment of livestock theft, Mr. Speaker, through the sensitization of the communities to at least adopt alternative source of livelihood, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, this is a very crucial point because there has to be a conversation somewhere. We must begin by telling our people that life is not all about just keeping cows, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I am not practicing law, when I am not serving the great people of Kwale County and the nation at large, Mr. Speaker, I run a small butchery in Kwale Town, Mr. Speaker, and Diani Town for that matter, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, sometimes when I have the time to go and take stock of the meat and the beef that I sell in my small butchery, Mr. Speaker, you are faced with the chances of going to source for cows, Mr. Speaker. And when you find yourself at the slaughterhouse, Mr. Speaker, there are no records at all, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, most of us who are in the business of selling meat, buying and selling meat, Mr. Speaker, end up in trouble because we don't have records at the point of sale and at the point of slaughter, Mr. Speaker. That is the battle. And I'm happy Section 14 of this bill, as proposed by Senator Cherargei, cures that mission, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude my remarks, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that in a nutshell, that part 3 of that bill, Mr. Speaker, on the movement of livestock, Mr. Speaker. And I want to really agree with Senator Enoch Wambua from Kitui. That introduction of an inspector, Mr. Speaker, and the mere fact that you require a permit to move animals from one point to another, Mr. Speaker, might be a heavy burden to those of us who are livestock farmers, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a farmer could only have 5 cows, for instance, and he wants to move them to a place with greener pasture, Mr. Speaker. Are you telling us today that I must apply for a permit? Are we creating an office called the inspector who will end up just being a toll station, Mr. Speaker, for just mere movement of animals from one point to another point, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I also want to appeal to those CECs whom I've seen they've been given enormous powers insofar as this bill is concerned. My appeal is that please, under Section 5, please, as you seek to exercise the powers given by you by this bill, exercise those powers judiciously, in a very fair manner, in a very transparent manner, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm also impressed that the same bill, Mr. Speaker, seeks to have a framework that seeks to regulate how we brand our animals, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, we've been doing it, though in a very traditional manner, Mr. Speaker. But where I come from, there's something we call kupiga mola, which is as good as just branding the same, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to urge Senator Cherargei to just think through it very well. I appreciate the thought into this bill, Mr. Speaker. It's a very well thought out bill, but I know much more can be done. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, we need to start from somewhere. And the progress and the steps that we take as a nation towards combating cattle rustling and banditry, Mr. Speaker, I wish to say, begin from this particular bill, Mr. Speaker. On those many and very few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I want to say support. And once more, let me congratulate Senator Cherargei for this particular bill. I support you, and I urge this entire House, Mr. Speaker, to support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Sifuna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to begin by saying that whereas I support the general idea of dealing with the problem of cattle rustling, my brother, the senator from Nandi, will have to do a bit more in convincing me whether we are not replicating laws that are already in existence on our books. Mr. Speaker, I have a few concerns about the bill, and fortunately or unfortunately, last week, I was not able to participate in an important debate about the deployment of police officers to Haiti. Mr. Speaker, had I gotten that opportunity, in fact, one of the issues that we wanted to address was the adequacy of our own security forces to deal with the security problems and challenges in this country. I personally believe that the question of cattle rustling is a security problem, and that because the Constitution of this Republic places the responsibility of ensuring the security of all Wananchi and their belongings and property on the national government, I think any legislation that is directed against addressing a security matter must be alive to that demarcation between the national government roles and the county government roles. I have perused through the bill, Mr. Speaker. I am afraid that we might be saddling the county governments with the responsibility that is essentially the responsibility of the national government. We have been promised by the current regime that in fact they are going to rout out the problem of cattle rustling, especially in the North Rift. I think there's been an operation that has been ongoing, if I'm not wrong, for the past 6 months or something. And Mr. Speaker, that is what we expect from the national government to be able to root out the problem. So that if I were here when that debate was being had, I would have argued that in fact, if you look at the ratio of police officers to the population in this country, and you compare it with the recommended ratio of police officers to the population by the United Nations, Mr. Speaker, we are lagging behind. We simply do not have the resources. And I would want that the national government focuses on ensuring there is enough security resources in areas that are prone to cattle rustling in order to deal with the problem. Mr. Speaker, if you look at some of the provisions in the Act, and I want to thank Senator Wambua, because he has addressed, first of all, the requirement of registration of a brand. I would support him, Mr. Speaker, and Senator Cherargei, I hope you are persuaded, that that responsibility should not be transferred to the hustler farmer, somebody who has one goat, one cow, to come up with a brand for his cows and then have to register it. Let the county governments be the ones responsible for the registration of those brands. And I know Kenyans are creative, but Mr. Speaker, it's going to be an onerous task for every single farmer in this country to come up with a unique identifier for all his cattle. Mr. Speaker, then the question of fees. You know, for me, I am very sensitive these days. It appears like we are looking for every single excuse to levy new taxes and levies on Kenyans. Even registering a goat now, Mr. Speaker, the Act provides that the farmer, that small farmer who has one cow, has to pay a fee. Why can this thing be a government service, Honorable Cherargei, if we convince you? Because if you look at the cumulative burden that has been put on the shoulders of Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, some of these things, I don't think we are getting to a breaking point. I'm just happy that Senator Cherargei in his bill has spared the chicken farmers, that we will not have to register our chicken. Let the those ones who have cows fight this battle, but we'll fight this battle for them. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I believe that, or I suspect, that there could be some replication of already existing laws. Senator Cherargei, luckily, is a lawyer like me. He understands that, for instance, the offense that has been created under Section 18, the proposed Section 18 of this Act, which is essentially theft of livestock, already exists on the penal code. Mr. Speaker, the definition of theft under the penal code is wide enough to include anything capable of being stolen, so that it is cows, it is money, it is anything that is capable of being stolen. I do not know, or would like to be convinced, whether creating a specific law on livestock is the right thing to do in light of the fact that this law already exists. The same thing, Mr. Speaker, if you look at Section 18, subsection 2, it creates what is essentially a mirror of the existing laws on robbery with violence, that if you steal anything and under that particular moment of theft, you are armed with an offensive weapon or you use a threat of force, it automatically graduates the crime from a simple crime into a capital crime. So that, Mr. Speaker, that would be a problem. The same goes to Section 19. There's already an existing law on trespass. Senator Cherargei is aware of the law. And then, Mr. Speaker, my greatest problem is Section 34. And I wish on this particular section, Mr. Speaker, that we go together, because I believe that the Constitution is clear in assigning jurisdiction over certain crimes, the jurisdiction of the courts over certain crimes. I know for a fact, Mr. Speaker, that capital punishment ordinarily are things that are dealt with by the High Court. So that if you say that it is a capital offense for which you are liable to be jailed for life, to steal an animal whilst armed, or to commit violence in the course of the crime, and then you say, Honorable Speaker, that offenses under this Act or under any rules made thereunder shall be tried by any subordinate court, I believe that you will be interfering with the various jurisdictions of the courts as laid out in the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I also have a concern that we might be creating unnecessary libraries for documentation that would be rendered immediately unusable after a few minutes or a few weeks. So we are required to register a brand, then you are given a certificate for that brand. If you move animals, you require another document. If you take it to an abattoir, you require another document. There is just too much documentation, and all this surely cannot be placed on the shoulders of ordinary farmers. So for me, really, I still implore this House to be persuaded that it is the responsibility of national government to secure the lives and property of Kenyans. And let us not push legislation that would appear to shift that burden either to the Mwananchi or, in fact, Mr. Speaker, to the county governments, where the commensurate resources will not follow. Because we would expect that some of these things, because it is a responsibility of the national government, if indeed they are going to be the responsibility of county governments, then the resources for that work needs to be devolved as well. So, Mr. Speaker, I agree generally with the spirit of the bill, but I would urge the proponent of the bill to please consider some of those concerns. They are concerns that are genuine. They are from a place of love, if I can say that on the floor of the House without running the risk of kicking myself out again, Mr. Speaker. So please, let's consider this so that we come up with legislation that is helpful to the country, but not to excuse the national government from its responsibility to secure both the lives and property of Kenyans. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'd like to to support the bill. This is a very important bill. Honorable Speaker, as you're aware, this country, 70% is actually arid and semi-arid. And the most useful purpose that we can use for that land is livestock keeping and the production of livestock. However, as a result of neglect from successful government, much development has not been done. And therefore, most of the times, pastoralists lose their animals as a result of, intermittent droughts, and they're left to fend for themselves without any intervention from anybody else, or even the government that owns those animals, actually. Two, livestock theft is actually a menace and has rendered many Kenyans, and especially pastoralists, in the proper stage. That somebody owns today almost 1,000 head of cattle or camels or shots. But those animals have been raided by people who have well armed from different corners. Actually, most of these thefts goes up to even the cross borders. It goes to neighborhood to Tanzania, Somalia, Southern Sudan, all these things. The neighborhood pastoralists, warlike people, most of them own guns. It's not even controlled. In places like Somalia and Ethiopia, the guns, like Ethiopia, the guns are legalized, and everybody owns a gun. But unfortunately, Kenyans are not armed. What they own is only, something illegal, and most of the times they're under threat. And therefore, they always become the weaker side of, they cannot defend themselves. And this has now led many Kenyans to lose their livestock. I think it's a high time that people don't be, the borders are very porous. Borders. Once animals cross the border, you'll hardly get them. And even if you get, you'll only get one or two. It's not only in the pastoral areas, Honorable Speaker. Even those animals, those people who have the agro-pastoralists within the highlands, they lose their animals more frequently than most of the people don't believe it. Yesterday, actually, my driver was telling me that he lost cattle that they've been stolen from Boma. So it has become a very common thing. What happens is that these animals are stolen and slaughtered at night. It goes to the butcher, and you'll never find them. The hide is hidden, or it is taken immediately to one of the hardest place where they sell these things or tanneries. So it's not very easy to get these animals. One other thing, Honorable Speaker, as a result of the poverty and customary laws, you see, when a young man who owns camels or cattle that have been stolen, and then he wants to marry, he's been told that you must bring up to 100 cows, 50 camels, and then that guy has no way to, he will not be able to get it. So the only option he has for him to marry is actually to go and steal and raid. And that's why you're seeing the cattle rustling can never be stopped, because there are no good policies in place. There is no any policy to sustain the livelihoods of pastoralists. And when they lose the animals, Honorable Speaker, you see, when the maize farmer goes to at a loss, maybe they glut production, they overproduce. Maybe at that time there's a drought, they have not enough maize. The government has interventions that have been put in place. There's a fund for that. When the coffee farmers they have glut production, the coffee price goes down, there's a safety measure. But the livestock sector, which cares for almost 15 million people here in this country, has no security, has no safety measures undertaken. There is no way they can be able to be saved. They thrive on their own, they do on their own. There is no government intervention that says today that there's a drought, that they lose almost 90% of the animals. There's no system of restocking it. They live in poverty. So this is actually what forced them to go and steal. So if there was a proper policy or law that, like any other crop production, any other crop farmers, if there's compensation, you see, even the other time when there was Somalia stopped attacking Mira, the government gave them 1 billion shillings. But last time the drought, we lost 1 million, almost 1 billion animals. I mean, 700 million animals. There was no compensation, Mr. Honorable Speaker. I think it is also a policy issue that actually discriminates the livestock the producers. One other thing is, Honorable Speaker, actually the bill talks about livestock branding. The Right Brand Act is there. And one thing is, in every community, if you go to any pastoralist, every community has their own brand, but it's not registered. So I think instead of saying branding, I think you should say now registered branding. One other thing is, Honorable Speaker, these days we have got, what we call livestock identification, what we call boluses or microchips. That this of late the government has used it as a registration system, where the animal stomach is placed, that the bolus is placed in the animal's stomach. Then the animal is easily tracked, even if they go across the borders. If the animal is tracked with a system that's been which is in place even in this country now, and even if they slaughter it or they steal it, you'll be able to track the animal, the last end of where the animal was, where the bolus was removed. And I think if you can enhance that one, then we can be able to trace the stolen animals. One other thing is, Honorable Speaker, we had a legal notice that was signed by His Excellency, the President, the former President of Uhuru, legal notice number 87, and most of these things were there. It was called the Livestock Development and Services. He signed it, it was adopted, but up to date, it has not been implemented. So anything, as some of my colleagues said, any policies or anything concerning livestock, it is not taken care of. It is not even bothered about. But one thing is, if you look at the population, the number of people that survive and thrive on these animals, they pay their school fees, they can get their own, and they use it as source of all the food and even with cash. They sell their animals, they pay school fees, but it is not taken care of by any policy. There is no government that cares about it. No police that cares about it. The animals they became money. They go on their own. They grow. They move around. They cause conflicts. Even the grazing systems policies are not put in place. It's not enforced. The policies are there. The legal constitution, it is there. like enforcement action is a problem. So one other thing is actually what we call the stock theft. It's actually a booming business. It involves many people across the board. It involves some leaders, MPs, and even so many people involved, and even the government officers. The officers, you see, animals are stolen from one section and from one area, maybe let's say Samburu, and then it's going to the Kara side. 300, 400 animals is stolen, they cannot be found. So it's actually, these things are very, a long chain where people have been corrected. And animals, that you tell the security officers that the animals have been stolen, they take vehicles, and they are never found. And they are just within the country. So I think there's a lot of neglect on that side. And therefore, one other thing I'm saying is that under Cherargei and Clause 16, Part 4, the selling of animals, 6:30 to 6 to 6:30, between 6 and 6:30. Actually, that act is already there. In the movement permits of animals for livestock to be moved from place to place, in the case the defendant officer says there is no movement of livestock from 6 to 7 in the morning. But of course, these animals come from far-fetched areas. They come all the way from Mandera, all the way from Turkana. And then, in the past, there used to be